Akibatnya nanti ditempelin orang. Jangan lenggang, lenggong Surabaya, lenggang Surabaya. Tajam mata memandang, hati goncang, pikiran melayang, tapi jangan mata keranjang. Akibatnya nanti ditempeleng orang. Tanah airku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai.
terus berlalu, tiada pernah berhenti. Seribu rintangan jalan berliku, bukanlah suatu penghalang. Hadapilah segala tantangan, mohon petunjuk yang kuasa. Ciptakanlah kerukunan bangsa, kobarkanlah dalam dada semangat jiwa Pancasila. Hidup tiada mungkin tanpa perjuangan, tanpa pengorbanan. Mulia adanya berpegangan tangan, satu dalam cita demi masa depan Indonesia Jaya. Segala tantangan, mohon petunjuk yang kuasa. Ciptakanlah kerukunan bangsa, kobarkanlah dalam dada semangat jiwa Pancasila. Tanpa perjuangan, tanpa pengorbanan, mulia adanya. Hidup tiada mungkin tanpa perjuangan, tanpa pengorbanan, mulia adanya. Pegangan tangan, satu dalam cita demi masa depan Indonesia Jaya. Indonesia Jaya.
Ladies and gentlemen, warm welcome to you all at the International Conference.
Selanjutnya, saudara, penyebaran COVID-19 di Indonesia masih tertinggi.
Diketahui bahwa dari 206 pasien
As mourners file through Wuhan's fire by some 1,300.
客观上存在一些
Reports were simply delayed
meningkatnya angka kematian akibat COVID-19
and that they have a certain number of cases and a certain number of
Good morning, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to you all at
the International Food Conference 2021 at Surabaya, Indonesia. This conference is organized by the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, in collaboration with the Indonesian Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria and Gut Microbiota, University Center of Excellence for Research and Application on Integrated Probiotic Industry, Center for Food and Nutrition Studies, Gadjah Mada University, Pusat Unggulan Iptek Perguruan Tinggi, World Association for Sustainable Development, International Forum for Public Health, the Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Indonesian Food and Beverage Association, Indonesian Food Technologies Association Surabaya, and supported by Shangyang Perkasa Limited Liability Company, Real Food Winta Asia Limited Liability Company, HRL International Limited Liability Company, Campina Ice Cream Industry Limited Liability Company, Media Pangan Indonesia Limited Liability Company, Coklat Endalem Yogyakarta, Mazaraat Artisan Cheese, and Gilles Brooker Group.
The selected paper will be published in Food Research Scopus Index Journal, the International Journal of Food, Nutrition and Public Health, and the E3S Web of Conferences Scopus Index Conference Proceedings.
The theme of this conference is the innovation of food in the new normal era.
Let us start our activities with a prayer according to our own faith to thank God for His grace.
The prayer will be delivered by Ms. Fairley, Master of Science, from the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala, Surabaya Catholic University. Ms. Fairley, Master of Science, the time is yours.
Before our start the conference today, let us bow our head and put ourselves in prayer. I will lead this prayer in Catholic faith. Others may follow according to their respective beliefs. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear Almighty and eternal God, we thank you for the blessings you have showered upon us, so that we, who are coming from many parts of the world, could gather in this international food conference virtually. May we humbly ask your blessings of wisdom and guidance to be upon us all through the sharing and impartation of knowledge and skills by our speakers, facilitators, participants, and moderators. Be with us, O Lord, and descend your Spirit on us to maintain an earnest desire for knowledge, truth, and understanding you have given us through our ability to learn and discover new things. And may we become worthy to receive what we learn today. Your infinite blessing would mean the success of this conference. We lift this prayer in the praise and through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Fairley.
Before we start the conference, let's sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. The attendances, please stand up. Tari. Maksudnya tari?
Habis Indonesia Raya nari dulu.
Siapa sih nari? Tak pikir kita nari.
Gue kaget.
Nah, Indonesia Raya ini ada video tari, kalian jangan
Iya.
ngomong dulu ya.
Oh iya. Thank you. Please be seated.
Lampu nang dalanan, ayo konco ngundang wisatawan mlaku-mlaku nang Tunjungan. Rame-rame bebarengan,
to convey a few words regarding this conference.
We shall begin the opening ceremony with a welcome address from the chairperson of the International Food Conference 2021, followed by a highlight from the chairman of the Indonesian Food and Beverage Association, and then a welcome speech by the rector of Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, who will open this conference up officially.
As stated in the schedule, this conference will only take 1 day from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., consisting of 2 plenary sessions and 2 parallel sessions. Allow us to have your kind attention on some important things. First, the participant's microphone must be turned off during the conference. Second, during the conference, participants are advised not to leave the conference room. Third, the participants can use the chat Zoom feature to write questions. The questions are submitted to the co-host or Q&A_plenary. The questions or comments should be submitted in short and clear sentences. Fourth, the organizer will provide attendance for participants via Zoom chat during the conference.
Now, we will begin with a welcome speech from the chairperson of the International Food Conference 2021, Dr. Anita Maya Suteja, Doctor of Philosophy. Dr. Anita Maya Suteja, the time is yours.
Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the International Food Conference 2021, virtual at Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, Surabaya, Indonesia. We are delighted to have you here to meet and share our knowledge, research, discuss the latest trend in the area of food science and technology. This year is the 3rd edition of the conference, after successful first edition in the 2011 and then the 2nd edition in 2016. As we already aware that the field of food technology is growing rapidly and its development is making great impact on the health and the well-being of the society. Therefore, food technology has become one of the most important contributors in human life. The themes innovation of food in the new normal era was chosen as the main theme of this activity. It is hoped that the result of the research and development in the field of food technology will support effort to achieve food security and public health, especially in this new normal era. We are currently still in the COVID-19 pandemic, and food is always be a basic need. So it is always need an innovation and hard effort to meet the healthy food needs of the whole world, and hopes that it can be fulfilled through the use of food commodity in its area by developing of processing, fermentation, and use of local source for functional food to improve the health and probiotic microbial to improve the gut health with regard to food safety issues. This is why we have 6 main issues in this conference: food availability, food processing and product development, fermented food, functional food, food safety, probiotic, and gut health. How innovation must be carried out to produce the product that can be enjoyed by all groups, including the poor, must be able to access them. On the other hand, the food produced must be able to respond to modern challenges as healthy food and not trigger for various diseases. Food technology innovations allow the production of various food products that provide health benefit. Besides that, it will be expand the opportunities for opening up the businesses in the food sectors. The aim of this conference is to provide forum for the researchers and then industries to disseminate their latest research into innovation in food technology, health, food security, and create opportunities for the researchers to discuss health and food security problems around the world, as well as the strategy to manage such problems, and also strengthen the collaboration between university and industries by designing an event for researchers and industry to gather and discuss opportunity for collaboration. These participants, including the invited speakers, are coming from the different countries, such as United Kingdom, Japan, Thailand, Taiwan, Philippines, China, India, Bangladesh, and Indonesia. There are total 116 papers presented in both oral presentation, 99 papers, and poster presentation, 17 papers. The reviewed paper will be published in the Food Research and International Journal of Food, Nutrition and Public Health, and also A3S Proceeding Index by Scopus. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the invited speakers, Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi, Professor Emiko Yanase, Dr. Warapa Mahakancanaku, Professor Wang Jingkun, Ms. Indah Hepriyati, Doctor of Philosophy, Dr. Ihab Twik, and also for Professor Umi Furwandari, Professor Budi Widyanarko, Mr. Bertrand Muhosa, Doctor of Philosophy, Dr. Francisco Elegado, Professor Mati Astawan, and Mr. Satoru Fukia, Doctor of Philosophy. We would like to express our gratitude to the Indonesian Association of Food Technology, PATPI Surabaya, and Indonesia Society of Lactic Acid Bacteria for the assistance in preparation for this conference. We would like to thank our sponsors that made this event possible. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the members of the organizing committee for their full support and commitments in preparing this conference. I wish that all of us will have a fruitful discussion and a pleasant virtual meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anita Maya Suteja.
Next is a highlight from the chairman of the Indonesian Food and Beverage Association about the trend of food industry in the new normal era. Mr. Adi S. Lukman. Mr. Adi Lukman, the time is yours.
Invention can become innovation in this era. Success for all participants. Thanks for all collaborations. Very good morning to all of you. Let us express our gratitude that we can still meet even though online at the 2021 International Food Conference IFC event is organized by the Faculty of Agriculture Technology Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, Indonesia. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused us to adapt to online meetings, and this is one of the innovations in communication and discussions. Interestingly, in this new way, we can even meet with colleges around the world in a short time. Ladies and gentlemen, although growth is lower than normal conditions, the Indonesian food industry continues to grow positively amid the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2020, the Indonesian food industry grew by 1.58%, and in the first semester of 2021, it grew by 2.95% year-on. Along with this growth, the contribution of the food industry to the GDP of non-oil and gas industry also continued to increase. In 2017, the contribution was 34.3% and increased to 38.42% in second quarter 2021. This shows that food industry contribute to the economy and plays an important role in food availability, thereby strengthening food and nutrition security. Availability of food and nutrition is very important during this pandemic. Indonesia plans to increase GDP per capita to approximately $23,000 when Indonesia is 100 years old in 2045, which is Golden Indonesia, where the current GDP per capita in 2020 is $2,912. With this increase of the GDP, It is estimated that people's purchasing power will increase and the need for processed food products will be more varied, added value, more qualified, nutritious, and functional at the same time. This is, of course, a golden opportunity and prospect for the food industry in meeting the needs in Indonesia. This potential was also responded positively by investors, especially foreign investors, so that investment growth in the food industry sector was also quite good. In 2020, investment in the food industry increased, mainly supported by foreign direct investment, which grew by 25.1%. Although it was not followed by the domestic direct investment, which is contracted by minus 23.77%. Until first semester 2021, foreign direct investment also grew even larger, namely 87.14%. And the contraction of domestic direct investment grew narrowed to 18.72%. Totally optimistic that investment in food industry will continue to increase. All these improvements are in order to meet the demand for better quality, nutritious, and functional food products, especially during the pandemic-19 pandemic. The need for nutritious food is increasing along with changes in people consumption patterns, which prioritize nutritious food to increase the body's immunity to fight the disease COVID-19. Ladies and gentlemen, several surveys show that during a pandemic, consumers pay more attention to food safety and a more nutritious diet. This trend is positive as it increasingly encourages producers to pay more attention to it to meet the consumer's demand. Considering this condition, the role of food product is increasingly, this role must be supported by innovation in producing more affordable, more added value, quality, nutritious, and even more functional food products. Innovation in all aspects, including finding alternative raw material, ingredients that are cheaper and of higher quality, innovation in production process, including technology and engineering that are more efficient in green technology, innovation in food packaging, even innovation in logistics and marketing. Especially during this pandemic, new breakthrough in logistics and marketing that are more efficient are needed amid restriction on community activities. One of them is the growing development of e-commerce and digital platform. Ladies and gentlemen, innovation is defined as the integration between invention and commercialization. So far, many inventions has been produced by researchers and academics, but have not succeeded in becoming commercial products. So, for the success of innovations, collaboration of all stakeholders is needed. Quadruple helix collaboration needs to be continuously encouraged, namely between business, government, and community, so that existing invention can be commercialized into product innovation that are very much needed by consumers. We believe if collaboration can occur that is based on a business approach, then innovation will result in a sustainable business and make the contribution of processed food products even greater in food security and nutrition. Finally, congratulations to the Faculty of Agriculture Technology, Widya Mandala, Surabaya University, Indonesia, the 2021 International Road of Food Industry, and more invention can become innovation in this area. Success for all participants. Thanks for all collaborations, and stay safe and healthy for all of us. Thank you again for everybody, and good luck and to attend the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adi S. Lukman.
Next is a welcome address from the rector of Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, who kindly opened this conference officially, Mr. Kunchorofo, Doctor of Philosophy, Pharmacist. Dr. Kunchorofo, the time is yours.
It is indeed my great pleasure to introduce the International Food Conference 2021, which is held every 5 years by the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University. And the theme of the International Food Conference this year is Innovation of Food in the New Normal Era. Therefore, this international conference will be a very good forum and a good interface for the academia, for the students in the university, and the practitioners in the food industry. You can learn each other, you can share with many, many people in this conference. Therefore, on this very good occasion and opportunity, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude and highest appreciation to the 6 invited speakers, as well as the 6 keynote speakers from Indonesia and abroad. It's very proud to present to you that there are so many articles and papers. There are 99 papers will be presented by oral presentation, and 17 articles will be presented via poster. Therefore, again, to the students, this is a very good time for you to be exposed to the international atmosphere, to learn the upcoming challenge of food science and technology in the future. So on behalf of Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, I formally open the International Food Conference 2021 held today on Wednesday, the 3rd of November 2021. May God bless this conference and all of you, so this venue, this event can be a successful one and very valuable in your lifetime to change your career. Amen.
Please give a big round of applause to Dr. Kunchorofo. Thank you, Dr. Kunchorofo.
Let us start our first plenary session. This first plenary will be presented by three guest speakers: Professor Purwiatno Haryadi, Professor Emiko Yanase, and Dr. Warapa Mahakaranjanakun. This session will be chaired by Professor Teti Estiasi from Brawijaya University, Malang, and the Indonesian Food Technologies Association Malang, Indonesia as a moderator. Allow us to introduce Professor Teti Estiasi. This is a biography of Professor Teti Estiasi. He currently works as the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, FAT-UB.
From 2011 to 2016, she was the Secretary of Agricultural Product Technology at the Department of Faculty of Agricultural Technology at Brawijaya University. From 2016 to 2019, she was the head of the Agricultural Product Technology Department at FAT at UB. And from 2019 until now, she's the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs at FAT-UB. She currently is doing research on the effect of red mold rice and fish Fischera oil production. Okay, now we will hand over the session to Professor Teti Estiasi. Professor Teti Estiasi, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony. Very good morning for you all, our honorable participant and guests. In this session, I will guide you for about 2 hours in the future, 4 hours. This session, the first plenary session, will be divided into 4 sessions. In the first 3 sessions, we will have our distinguished keynote speaker, and the last session is about the discussion panel. So the first session will be the presentation from Professor Purwiatno Haryadi. He will talk about the innovation of food technology and regulation challenges for food security. So it is a very important and interesting topics because our food security is our challenge over the world, mainly in our country. And the second session, we will have the presentation of our honorable Professor Emiko Yanase from Department of Applied Biological Science, Gifu University. She will talk about her expertise on the red rice, mainly in the changes of the color during storage or the color deepening changes. And the third session, we will have the presentation of Dr. Warapa Mahakaranjanakun from Kasetsart University. She will talk about the mycotoxin contamination. It is also very important for us because some food losses happen because of the mycotoxin contamination, especially from the mold. And in the last plenary session, this is about the discussion panel. So the participant is invited to ask some question by write down in chat room Zoom, this one. And please write down your name, your institution, and to whom the question is addressed, and of course, your question. So the committee will deliver the question to me, and I will read for all the keynote speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the first session. In the first session, I would like to invite Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Prof. Purwiyatno Haryadi. How are you?
Very good.
Thank you very much for spending your time to join with us in International Food Conference. And I know that the time is very valuable for you because you are very busy. And before you starting your presentation, I would like to, in brief, inform you about curriculum vitae of the Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi. Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi was born in Pati, Central Java, at 1962. Okay, so now she is the professor at Department of Food Science and Technology, Faculty of Agricultural Engineering and Technology, IPB University, Bogor, Indonesia, and also the senior scientist of Southeast Asian Food and Agricultural Science and Technology, or SIFAT Center, also in the same university, IPB University. And the most prestigious occupation now is as the vice chairperson of the Codex Alimentarius Commission. And this is the joint between Food and Agricultural Organization and World Health Organization under United Nations. About the education, Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi was completed her bachelor degree in Food Science and Technology, IPB University, and then continued to study in the University of Wisconsin-Madison, United States of America, in the food science for the master degree and also for doctoral degree that has finished at 1995. Besides as what I have previously mentioned for working experience, Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi also was the head of Department of Food Science and Technology at IPB University, also as the Vice Dean for the Student Affairs in the Faculty of Agricultural and Engineering Technology, IPB University. Now, Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi was focusing on the studies of the structural lipid. I think this is the similar focus of the study, Prof. Purwiyatno, about modification of lipids from, this is local sources, I think, palm oil and also coconut and fish oil, and also focus on the thermal processing of the food. So during the 5 years, it is very productive because produced several books. I think it is very time consuming to write down the book, but Professor Haryadi can do this. Okay, and also other scholarly publication in a reputable international journal. And also in the last 5 years, Professor Haryadi have got many awards and honors internationally, also nationally. So Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi, your time is 30 minutes, and kindly please, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Teti Astiasi, for very, very generous introduction. Distinguished speakers, distinguished researchers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to you all. First, I would like to have a permission to share my screen. Okay, so again, firstly, I would like to express my gratitude and sincere thanks to the Committee of International Food Conference for inviting me, and also to offer a big congratulations to Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University for organizing such an important conference. The theme of the conference today we have is innovation. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, of course, Prof.
Okay, I got the mouse. I'm sorry. So the theme of our conference now is about the innovation of food in the new normal era. This is very important one. But I will start my presentation with the definition of food security. So I would like to relate how important it is for us to do innovation to improve the food security. The UN Food and Agriculture Organization during the World Food Summit in 1996 stated that food security exists when all people at all times have a physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food, which meet their dietary need and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So as the definition implied, food security is critical to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, especially to achieve the zero hunger. This is SDGs number 2, a shared responsibility globally for everyone to make sure that every individual will have opportunity to have a active and healthy life. So in my opinion, the ultimate indicator of food security is the number of individuals within the country with healthy and active life. And this is truly very important and essential for the country, especially for the nation competitiveness, as reminded by Winston Churchill, that healthy citizens are the greatest asset any country can have. Now let's examine what is our current food security situation, especially when it is evaluated based on the number of individuals with active and healthy life as an ultimate indicator. I will start with the state of food security in Indonesia, and sadly to say that the number doesn't look that good. The prevalence of malnutrition in percentage number and for children under 5 is still very high and has not changed much from 2007 to 2018, at which in 2018, around 18 out of every 100 children under 5 experience malnutrition. So any innovation to improve this condition is very much welcome. Furthermore, in 2018, around 30.8% of children under 5 also experience stunting. This figure is lower as compared to the number in 2013, which is around 37.2%. However, 30.8% is a very high number. It's too high in terms of number. So that any innovation, again, to reduce this number is also very, very needed and welcome. As reported by the National Planning Agency of Indonesia, actually the prevalence of the stunting in 2019 has a little bit decreased to 27 to 60 to 27.67%. So this is a welcome number, and actually from political aspect, the government of Indonesia has paid a lot of attention to this. So this is good. And they have a very, very ambitious target to reach 14% of stunted children by 2024. So this is a very ambitious one. And only with a great innovation, we will be able to reach that target. The number of individuals with malnutrition, not only in the form of undernourishment, but also overweight and obesity, and the number of which show an alarming increase. In 2018, it was found that more than 1 in 5 adults over 18 years old were obese, suggesting that this individual may potentially have problems in attaining an active and healthy life, which is an indicator of food security. Furthermore, results from the basic health research, Ministry of Health also shows that increasing number of people with diabetes. In 2018, the prevalence of diabetes in people aged 15 years old or older was at least 8% or even may reach as high as 10.9% according to the new consensus of the Indonesian Endocrinology Association in 2015. So all those data presented illustrate that innovation in food science and technology is needed, is badly needed, with purpose of improving food security, increasing the number of individuals having active and healthy life. And we know that the condition, the need for innovation is very, very great even before the COVID pandemic. The condition of global food security reported by jointly by FAO, UNICEF, IFAD, WFP, and also WHO in 2021, entitled "The State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World," is also alarming. The report actually suggests, as indicated by this figure, that since 2014, we no longer see the downward trend in world hunger, both in terms of number and also in terms of prevalence of undernourishment. And in fact, started in 2014, the prevalence of undernourishment began to increase, reaching here from 8.3% in 2014, reaching 8.4% in 2019. In terms of number, it was even very evident, from 606 million to 650 million. That's a lot of increase. And again, that's even before the pandemic. So the continuous increase of data that we have here from 2014 to 2019, actually it sent a clear message to the world that something is wrong with our food security system, so that we are not in the right track to achieving sustainable development goal, especially again to achieve the target of no hunger by 2030. The message about sustainability of the food system during this period of time, 2014 to 2019, is very clear. So we need to do something. We need to have some kind of innovation to improve the sustainability of our system. The message is getting stronger and louder, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, which can exacerbate the increasing number of hungry people. This 2021 report estimated that between 720 to 811 people worldwide will face hunger by 2020, which translates to an additional 161 million people compared to the 2019 number. This extremely worrying situation should trigger extraordinary effort to ensure that achieving zero hunger target by 2030 is still possible. Overall, this situation, coupled with, again, lately about the COVID-19 pandemic, raised fundamental question about the food security system that we have today, especially the question of its reliability to sustain active and healthy life of every individual in the world, and also in Indonesia, especially if we're talking in Indonesia. So the challenge is in front of us with the big question of how to achieve the SDGs target, especially SDGs number 2, namely to achieve goal to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture by 2030. It is important to note that 2030 is only 9 years away from now, a challenge that is not easy, obviously, big challenge for us. So coupled with the other factors, such as lower availability and quality of arable land, limited water supply, competition for biomass for renewable energy, the uncertainty impact of climate change, and also the unsustainable lifestyle. We need to have a bigger challenge. We need to have a better innovation to achieve the SDGs target goal. This is really very challenging. And this is again shows that data we have is already alarming before the COVID-19 pandemic. And also, as indicated by data presented by the UN report, the condition is even more challenging with the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic. So to address these challenges, innovation in food science and technology is really required. Innovation to produce more quantity of food is a must. It was calculated before that the world will need to at least double its food production by 2050, to be able to feed the population of the world. However, the phenomena we have seen from 2014 to 2018, and especially for the last 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic, need to be taken seriously as a lesson learned. We all know that the food innovation is not only needed for producing more quantity of food, but also for production of safer and more nutritious food and in more efficient manner with minimal impact on the environment, so that it will allow more individuals to be able to live active and healthy life. So for this reason, it is necessary to build a good innovation ecosystem, especially the regulatory system, so that it can facilitate innovation to overcome the challenges that we have. In this case, regulatory system need to be designed in such a way that will drive innovation for a better future of food security. Considering the lesson learned from the past few years, especially from the COVID-19 pandemic, the focus of innovation in food and nutrition production sector is in need of reorientation. Until now, the focus of current regulation and also policy on food innovation is mostly focusing on increasing food affordability, which generate and promote food innovation with the main goal of producing food in large quantities and at low price. This, we as already know, has driven the growth of large-scale agriculture with intensive farming practices, using high-yielding varieties and applying high input. But as previously pointed out, the result of such innovation are not like what we have expected. What we are seeing is an increase in malnutrition, not only undernourishment, but also obesity, and even environmental degradation. The food security system is also fragile because it's only depend on a few food commodity of about 5 crops only in the world. So once again, we must change the focus of our innovation. The COVID-19 pandemic must trigger a development of an innovation ecosystem for the transformation of food system toward more safer, more nutritious, and more sustainable food system. As an example of such ecosystem is the innovation with a purpose. This is established by a World Economic Forum as part of the system initiative on shaping the future of food security and agriculture. The initiative is one of the 14 major global programs to drive systemic change in response to complex global challenges, which is achieving SDGs. Specifically, it emphasized the role of technology innovation in accelerating a food system transformation, which is very much an SDG-driven innovation. The SDG-driven innovation established by World Economic Forum having a vision to feed the growing population while meeting the SDGs. This can be done by developing a better food system, which is more inclusive, more sustainable, more efficient, and providing more nutritious food and more healthy. As I mentioned before, currently the focus of innovation, especially government-led innovation, is on production side, aiming to produce more food or aiming to increase of food availability. In this presentation, I would like to propose that innovation in the aspect of food consumption need to be given greater focus and priority. This because even though the food consumption is basically an individual action, however, collectively, it has a profound global consequences on many aspects of human life. not only related to health aspect of individual, but also closely related to many aspects of socio-cultural environment, as well as lifestyle, and are closely related with many of the SDGs. Therefore, everyone should be mindful to this personal eating decision with understanding that the decision to consume a certain type of food has a potential impact on various aspects of sustainability and therefore related to the achievement of the SDGs. Specifically, as a lesson learned from the pandemic, the importance of food consumption diversification should be more emphasized. As food system is very much consumer driven, diversification of food consumption will not only ensure the dietary variety and quality of the consumer for better nutrition and better health, but also potentially may strengthen the local food production system, providing more diversity, more local variety, more inclusiveness involving many different elements of the food culture society, and potentially may also maintain the food production environmental sustainability. It is interesting to note that so far, according to FAO, about 250,000 species of higher plant have been identified, and of which about 30,000 plant species are edible. However, up to now, only about 30, meaning only 0.1% of those edible plants identified are really currently used for human consumption. And among those 30, only 5 crops, namely rice, wheat, maize, or corn, millet, and sorghum, are very, very dominating, contributing of about 60% of the world population's energy intake. So this is alarming. In the case of Indonesia, things probably are even worse. Data from Ministry of Agriculture suggested that about 62% in 2017 and increased to 65% in 2018 of energy intake coming only from 3 cereals, namely rice, wheat, and maize. Among those 3, rice is very, very dominating, accounting of more than 80% contribution as compared to the other 2, as compared to wheat and maize, with consumption of very high, 95 to 97 kilogram per capita per year. This diet obviously is not healthy at all, and is also a fragile food system because the level of dependency is very high on only a few food commodity, namely rice, wheat, and corn. So it's appears that there is an urgent need to diversify our food consumption base for a better future of food. I believe that innovation to diversify food consumption is more relevant to the fact that our region, Asia, Indonesia especially, is rich of food resources, which are currently, many are still hidden or sometimes neglected or underutilized. So certainly regulation to promote local food ingredient innovation is very important and need to be developed to transform our food system, supporting more sustainable, healthy diet necessary to achieve the SDGs. This may start with research exploring the uniqueness, for example, the competitiveness, the functionality of local food or local ingredient, including the agronomic and production technique of local food need to be done. Furthermore, regulation to provide incentive scheme for the innovation of food industry, especially micro and small medium enterprises to work with local food and local ingredient are also need to be developed. Next is about COVID-19 pandemic driven innovation. Many food and health authorities have given advice pertaining to the role of food and nutrition during the COVID-19 pandemic. The bottom line is that good nutrition is crucial for health, particularly in improving the immune system to fight against the COVID-19. So consumer awareness about the importance of food and nutrition is very high this day, as alluded by the chairman of GAPMI, that the consumer awareness on safety and nutrition is increasing. According to the survey conducted by the Today's Dietitian magazine, 78% of the registered dietitian believe that consumer eating habit has changed because of the pandemic. And they identified there are 3 purchase drivers, namely one is a food that can support immunity. This is number 1. And number 2 is about affordability still, because many of the population at the bottom of the pyramid is also impacted badly by the COVID-19. And number 3 is food that may promote comfort and emotional well-being. This is also very important in terms of the development of the immune system. Many reports also suggest that COVID-19 pandemic has increased consumer demand for functional food, at which more consumers are taking food supplement and also functional food. So this is very important one. This momentum is actually a golden opportunity for Indonesia as a country rich with resources. Indonesia should use this golden opportunity to develop policy and regulation to drive innovation for the development of functional food. As an example, this is a history actually, how food regulation may drive innovation in specific direction is the policy of functional food development from Japan. As a background, reported by Ashwell in 2002, Japanese government is in the early of 1980s conducted 3 large-scale studies, namely systematic analysis and development of functional food, and second, analysis of physiological regulation of functional food, and third, analysis of functional food and molecular design. This is a very big project coming from a government of Japan, and the conclusion is that consumption of functional food will be able to reduce the cost of national health. So this is based on the research. So this is evidence-based. Based on that, the government of Japan in 1991 launched a regulation specialized introducing specialized food category, namely FOSU, food for special health uses, with the objective of ensuring health security for the community, meaning reduce health costs, and also providing incentive for industry to innovate, to conduct innovation, develop and produce food that is specifically designed to be able to solve the health problem faced by the consumer. And with that specific regulation, Japan has categorized food as food in general and food with health claim, at which food with health claim is consisted of 3 groups, namely FOSU, food for special health uses, food with nutrient function claim, and food with function claim. The last category, food with function claim, is actually introduced just recently in 2015. This regulation has driven food innovation with to promote the development of many types of FOSU product, and also food with function claim. This figure report actually the development of economic value of FOSU and FFC, food with function claim. As you can see, the economic value of FOSU started to increase after the regulation was introduced in 1991 until 1997 and so on, and start to plateau in 2013. This was anticipated by the government of Japan by developing a new regulation introducing food with function claim in 2015. And as you also can see from the figure, that the FFC, introduction of FFC to the market is also very well received by the market, by the community, and was growing up very rapidly, serving as a new source of economic growth for Japan. But not only that, also contributed to the reducing health costs of Japan, national Japan. So as a final thought, I would like to propose that we in Indonesia should consider very seriously developing regulation to promote innovation for a better food security in the future. This including the innovation of functional food, because we have a lot of resources on that. And the real regulation that need to be developed has to be designed in such a way to provide incentive for innovation, for the development and production of one, food with designed specifically or formulated specifically to improve our food security problem. We face about malnutrition, we face about diabetes and overweight, for example, and also regarding the other non-communicable diseases we have. And the second one is on functional food as a preventive measure to reduce a burden of national health costs. And finally, innovation to promote food diversification to support a healthy diet, transforming our diet from energy sufficiency diet to nutrient adequate diet, and the goal is helping healthy.
Excuse me, Prof.
diet.
Purwiatno, excuse me. Your time is 5 minutes left.
This is my last slide. I already prepared that. So whatever we do regarding the food innovation, I think we need to do innovation with a purpose. And the purpose that I would like to propose to us here is improving food security of our national Indonesia in this case. And whatever we do with food innovation, first thing first, we have to ensure that the result of our innovation is in compliance with the safety standard. So food innovation, first thing first, is to ensure or to improve the safety, because if it isn't safe, it isn't food. So first thing first, food must be safe. So with that, I would like to thanks very much for your attention, and hopefully at least this will generate some kind of question and also probably some research idea to be collaborated in the future. Again, thank you very much, and I return back to Professor Teti Estiasih. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Purwiatno Haryadi, for a very inspiring presentation about the food innovation and regulation, the challenges in regarding to the our future food security. Thank you very much. I have no conclusion, maybe because the time is a very limit. And for all the participants, please kindly we invite you to give the question in the chat Zoom room. Okay, don't forget to write down your name and institution and to whom the question is addressed. Thank you very much again, Prof. Purwiatno, and please keep with us because we will have the discussions panels in the last session. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will move to the second session. I would like to invite Professor Emiko Yanase. Good morning, Prof. Emiko.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us in International Food Conference. Okay, thank you for your time. Okay, Prof. Emiko will talk about the changes of the red rice. It is very interesting topics because in Indonesia, this demand of the red rice increasing annually due to the health benefits of this rice. Thank you very much. First, I would like to read a brief curriculum vitae of Professor Emiko Yanase. Professor Emiko Yanase, born in Japan at 1974, and now she is the professor in the Faculty of Applied Biological Sciences in Gifu University. Congratulations, Prof. Emiko. You are awarded as the professor this year. Okay, so
yes, thank you.
Professor. Okay, congratulations again. So, Professor Emiko finished her master degree in Gifu University and also the doctoral degree in the same university. But for I think 2 years, maybe, Prof. Emiko, you follow the postdoctoral program in Columbia University, USA.
Yes.
So There are many publications, about 10 publications in a very reputable journal. I think this is most of your publication in the Q1 Scopus journal. Okay, it's very amazing. All of the study focuses on I think about the chemical changes of the pigment. Okay? This is her focus on study. And Professor Amiko has been awarded from JSBBA Award. I think this is for the national level in Japan at 2021 also. So Professor Amiko Yanase, your time is 30 minutes. And kindly please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to share my slide. Can you see my slide?
Yes, of course. But can you slideshow, please, Prof. Amiko?
Sorry?
For the slideshow.
Slideshow.
Yes.
I already know.
Okay. Okay, it's no matter, I think. Please,
Is it
you can
okay?
continue.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emiko Yanase. The first, I'd like to thank IFC organized committee to present for this opportunity for me to present to you today. So I would like to introduce by myself shortly. My name is Emiko Yanase. I'm a professor in the Faculty of Applied Biological Science, Gifu University. I'm a natural product chemist. My research interest is a study on the structure, elucidation, and chemical reactivity of the polyphenol. I research food from the viewpoint of the organic chemistry. I think our research is slightly different with other food chemistry, especially I research about the polyphenol, so T-catechin, anthocyanin, and procyanidin. This compound has an important functionality. Some of the components used as a functional food. So I think the knowledge of its chemistry is important for our health. Today, I would like to talk about procyanidin. The title is Study on the Color Deepening Phenomena in Red Rice. So red rice, maybe you know, the red rice is one of the colored rice species. We well known as the ancient rice in Japan. Please look at this picture. This is our paddy field. This is the red rice. We can see this color in early September. Now already finished. We cultivate. This red color, red pigment is accumulated in the fruit and brain layer. The pigment is procyanidin. Rice has been introduced to Japan from China over 2,500 years ago, and we eat rice almost daily in Japan. Especially white rice has been mainly eaten for over 100 years ago because it is much more delicious than the red rice. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I stop? maybe my presentation slide is not good. Okay.
You can choose the slide, slides are open option. Okay. Okay, it's right. Thank you.
Can you see?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Is it slideshow?
Yes, it is slideshow.
I'm so sorry. So, okay. Okay. So, usually we use red rice in the Shinto literal, but this red rice has good nutrients value. So recently, there are good trend, strong trend in consumption of the health food in Japan. So red rice has been become much popular. So we usually eat red rice mixed with the white rice. Okay. So this is a procyanidin. This is a red pigment in the red rice. Do you know the red procyanidin? This is a chemical structure. Chemical structure of the procyanidin is formed from the catechin polymer. In red rice, dimer to nanomer of the procyanidin contains. But procyanidin is not only contains red rice, it is widely distributed in the vegetable, fruits, nuts, and seed. And they have many types of the chemical structure. Some of the plant contains different degree of the polymerization, and also the building block, chemical structure of the building block is slightly different each other. And procyanidin, it has various biological activity. For example, the free radical scavenging activity, anti-cancer activity, and anti-inflammation activity. So many research about procyanidin, focusing on the its bioactivity. So please look at this picture. This is a red rice. They are same species we cultivate in our paddy field. So this is the 0-year sample. This is the 5 years after harvest. So you see the color is totally different. But the color deepening phenomena during the storage period are well known. My question is why does this phenomena occur? I was very interested. The purpose of my study is investigation of the chemical mechanism of this phenomena. So first, I would like to know when this color change occurs. So to evaluate the color difference of each aged rice, so reflectance spectral analysis performed for each aged rice. This is the spectrum. So this is the expand image. Yellow line is a 0-year sample. Green line is a 2-year sample. Blue line is a 1-year sample. Red is a 5-year sample. The absorption spectrum of the 0-year sample is totally different with other aged sample. The UV absorption between the 400 to 600 nanometer is increasing. So this result suggests the color deepening proceeds rapidly after 1 year storage. So my next question is, what is the cause during this 1 year storage? So I think there are two possibilities. So one is the proceeding of new pigment in the red rice. So another is the proceeding the chemical change of the component in red rice. So this slide shows the HPLC chromatogram of different aged sample extract. So this is 0 year, 1 year, 2 year, and 5 year. So we can see the peak A to D in 0 years sample, but this peak totally disappears 1 year later. So we can observe the good correlation between the progress of the color deepening and decreasing quantity of the procyanidin. Sorry. This ABCD is peak ABCD is the procyanidin, dimer, trimer, tetramer, and pentamer. We determined chemical structure using the HPLC MSMS analysis. So 1 year later, the procyanidin is decreasing. So, and peak E and F, we can these peaks were appeared after 2 years. Unfortunately, we couldn't determine the chemical structure of them, but I think they are not new pigment because they doesn't have the UV absorption between the visible range wavelengths. So this is a multi-top MS analysis of the same sample. This is 0 year sample. We can observe the sharp-shaped peak. They are the procyanidin, pentamer, tetramer, pentamer, and hexamer. But these peaks will disappear after 5 years, and we can only observe the bump-shaped peak. So these results suggest the structure change of the procyanidin involved, and structure change of the procyanidin contribute to the color deepening phenomenon. This is one of the model reaction. So we think some air oxidation reaction is going, and the air oxidation reaction contribute to this phenomena. So we try to reproduction of this phenomena using the LED light irradiation. So this is a 0 years age sample, and then LED light were irradiated to the 0 years sample about 200 hours. LED light used for the accelerated the oxidation reaction. This is after irradiated sample. Color is slightly darker. So this is the spectrum expand image around the 400 to 600. So 0 year sample is a yellow line. Irradiated sample is a blue, dark blue line. The change is small, but slightly increased. And additionally, the peak shape, absorbance spectrum shape is similar with 5 year sample. So this experiment suggests the LED light irradiation will induce a photo-oxidation reaction, and 0 year and color deepening progress was caused by the oxidation reaction. So according to these results, we think the oxidation of the procyanogen maybe contribute to color deepening phenomena. So next, procyanogen was synthesized and oxidation reaction were performed. So I'm originally organic chemist, so and this synthesis of the procyanogen already reported. So we refer to this literature and synthesize the procyanogen mixture from the tachypholline. This is the one of the polyphenol, and via two-step reaction. And after synthesize this procyanogen mixture, treated under the oxidation condition. This is a UV spectrum after the reaction. Blue line is the starting material, procyanogen mixture. Red line is after oxidation treatment. The absorption of the visible range was increased. So, however, chemical mechanism of this phenomena is not still clear. Therefore, to elucidate the chemical mechanism of the color deepening phenomena, partial catechin dimer was synthesized as a partial structure model of the procyanogen. And catechin dimer were treated with the oxidation condition. And this is we monitor the reaction by the HPLC. So there we can discover the new several peaks. So to determine the chemical structure of them, so isolation of these peaks were by the column chromatography and performs the instrumental analysis to determine the chemical structure. So from the NMR analysis and the LCMS analysis, we can determine oxidation product. So this is the catechin dimer, original product, original compound. So compound 2, 3, 4, 5, they are the oxidation product. So new chemical bond formed between two rings. So they have the characteristic spirotype chemical structure. If you know well about the organic chemistry, so this skeleton is, maybe you know that this skeleton is very interesting. So they have the same bonding system, but slightly different. They are the positioning and steric isomer each other. So my next question is whether this compound contribute to the color deepening. So this is a UV spectrum of the compound 1 to 5. Compound 1, this is a catechin dimer. I show the black lines. And the color line is compound 2 to 5. This is they are the oxidation product. So UV absorption between the 300 to 500 nanometer was slightly increased. So these results suggest this compound contribute to the color deepening phenomena. So this is the additional experiment. we can find the oxidation product, and we have the evidence to contribute. This product has contributed to the color deepening phenomena, but this effect is very small. So next, we synthesize the polymer of the catechin as a model compound of the procyanidin, and dimer and polymer of the procyanidin treated with the oxidation condition. So this is the UV spectrum. So visible wavelength around 300 to 500 nanometer, absorption of both sample increasing, especially increasing ratio of the polymer is higher than dimer. We think the oxidation of the procyanidin with higher degree of the polymerization strongly influence to this phenomenon. We got these products, but my next question is that this oxidation product also observed in the aged life or not? So we performed the LC-MS analysis for the aged rice extract. So cheolysis reaction, this is a very common method to understand the chemical structure of the procyanidin. This is one of the degradation reaction. When procyanidin extract treated with thioethanol or thiophenol under the acidic condition, terminal unit of the procyanidin converted to the catechin. The extension unit of the procyanidin converted to the catechin thioethanol derivative. So we can obtain the information about the chemical structure of building block of the catechin and the degree of the polymerization based on the ratio between the quantity of terminal unit and extension unit. So we assume if compound 2 to 5, we isolate from the model reaction, contain as a partial structure of the procyanidin. So this part is remained as a thioethanol derivative because the degradation reaction is not going to this compound. So we make the aged rice extract were prepared and treated under this condition. And then LC-MS analysis were performed to this reaction mixture using the MRM, multiple reaction monitoring approach. So this is the data. Thioethanol derivative of the compound 2 to 5 were identified from the aged rice extract. So we think the similar type of the reaction were going during the storage period. This is a conclusion. So we investigated the color deepening phenomena in red rice during the storage period. So procyanidin before the harvest is estimated to have simple catechin polymer due to its form through the biosynthesis. However, after harvest, structure of the procyanidin are going to complication due to the air oxidation reaction. So we assume this phenomena is caused by this chemical change. So procyanidin is widely distributed in plant. So we think that this reaction not only going in red rice, but also going other plants. So I want to introduce about our university shortly. So this is a map. Here, Indonesia. This is Japan. We have the direct flight from the Jakarta to Narita, about 7.5 hour flight. So our university in Gifu Prefecture, this is Japan. Gifu Prefecture is middle of the Japan, Honshu Island. So maybe you know the Tokyo, Osaka, Nagoya, Fukuoka. They are the big city in Japan. And also Kyoto, you know the Kyoto. This is a traditional city. Maybe many tourism come visit Kyoto city. So Gifu is near Nagoya by 20 minutes local train. So to Osaka and Kyoto, less than 1 hour by express train. So this is Gifu University. We have the 5 departments, medical center and education and regional study, engineering and applied biological science. And this is Gifu Castle. This is one of the famous castle in Japan. Gifu Castle is on the Kinka Mountain. You can enjoy the trek 1 hour, 1.5 hour trekking. This is good to exercise. This is a city view from the Gifu Castle. Our university is around here. This is a Nagara River. You can enjoy the common fishing demonstration in summer season. Please come to Japan, also visit Gifu City. Okay, thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Emi Koyanas, and thank you for your invitation for us to come to Gifu University. Please, the audience, give a big applause for the Professor Emi Koyanas. Okay? Thank you again because you share your valuable research finding about the chemical reaction in the color deepening of the red rice. Okay, let's move to the next session. In this section, we will invite Dr. Warapa Mahakanchanakul. Please welcome Dr. Warapa.
Hi, good morning.
Okay, how are you, Dr. Warapa? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much for spending your time to join us in International Food Conference. Okay, Dr. Warapa will talk about the interaction between mycotoxigenic fungi and indigenous microbiota on the co-occurrence of mycotoxin in food crops. I think this is our challenge also because the mycotoxin contamination may be also occur in our country. Okay, so thank you very much for sharing your knowledge. Before you start, I would like to read your to inform you about the curriculum vitae for Dr. Warapa Mahakanchanakul. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, she born in Chiang Mai, Thailand, 55 years ago, and now she is an assistant professor in food science and technology department, I think. Okay, so master degree and bachelor degree completed in the Kasetat University, Thailand. and doctoral degree is in the food science at University of Georgia, United States of the America. Now, Dr. Warapa is the director of the Kasetsat University Research and Development Institutes, and also previously as the assistant to the president for the research. About the research, I think she focuses in the the mycotoxin from the mouth. Okay, although some research is about the capacity building and development. And during the last 5 years, Dr. Warapa has published 12 international journal publication in the reputable journal, and also has been awarded as the Excellent Innovation Prize from the NCST at 2012, and Bronze Prize from Taiwan Innovation in Invention Exhibition at 2014. So, Dr. Warapa, the time is yours for the next 20 minutes. Kindly, please.
Hi, so I going to share the slide.ไม่ใช่ PDF นะคะ Have you seen my slide?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Is the full slide show, right? Is this a full slideshow? All right. Okay. First of all, good morning. I would like to thank the IFC committees, especially the chairpersons that allow me to share my research experiences. And also, I would like to greeting to the all researchers and honorable guests. Yeah. So let me start my topics. My topic is about the interaction between the mycotoxigenic fungi and mycotoxin. So let me start with the mycotoxigenic fungi. The mycotoxins are toxic secondary metabolites that produced by many filamentous fungi, which belong to the phylum Ascomycota. The genera of mycotoxin-producing fungi are mainly represented by Aspergillus, Penicilliums, and Fusariums. The mycotoxigenic fungi contamination in grains have been divided into 2 groups. The first one is the field fungi, such as Fusarium and Aspergillus, which gain access to seeds during the plant development. And the second is a storage fungi, which will later populate during the storage. For example, like Aspergillus and Penicillium species. The global prevalence of mycotoxin in grains intended for human and animal consumption ranges from 60 to 80%. May I introduce the mycotoxins? The mycotoxin are presently over 300 mycotoxins have been identified, but however, only a new regularly contaminated food and animal feedstuff was reported. The 5 top known mycotoxins are aflatoxins, ochratoxins, fumonisins, deoxynivalenol, and silalinol. The first one that we interest is the aflatoxin. This toxin mainly is produced by Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus parasiticus. Peanut and corn are the most susceptible for aflatoxin contamination. Aflatoxins are known to be the mutagenic and carcinogenic compounds. Secondly, ochratoxin A, which is produced by the fungi of the general Aspergillus and Penicilliums. The major species implicated in OTA production include Aspergillus ocraceus, Aspergillus carbonarius, Aspergillus niger. OTA is frequent natural contaminant of cereals, coffee bean, grapes, and maize. The third group is the fumonisin producing produced by fumonisin producing fungi. Those are Fusarium, deoxynivalenol, and silalinol. The regulation limits are shown in the last column that you can see here. Next, we go in to talk about the ecology interaction of toxigenic fungal, plants, and microbes. Cereal grain during development represent food ecosystems that are colonized by the mixed microbiota, which are influenced by abiotic factors such as temperature and relative humidity. Thus, the fungi colonize these ecology niches will interact with each other as they compete to utilize the available nutrients. Mycotoxins have been shown to contribute to the pathogenicity, aggressiveness, and or virulence of fungi, as well as some fungal metabolites against the other microbes. The most important stimuli for mycotoxin biosynthesis are oxidative stress, nutritional stress, and the light stress, as well as the environmental factor, for example, pH, temperature, and water activities. This is a work from Lengeli in 2019. Since the climate change, the occurrence of aflatoxin in Europe has increased since 2000, particularly during hot and dry summer. Normally, aflatoxin producing fungi is prevalent in tropical area, such as our country, whereas the fumonisin producing fungi can be found in groves in temperate area. Lengeli and his co-workers studied on fungal interaction influenced by climate change. They did the co-culturing Aspergillus flavus, and fumonisin and Fusarium verticilloides. They found that when the temperature, during the profile of the temperature, when apha was grown together with a Fusarium species, 10% decrease in colony diameter, and even worse, in case of fumonisin, the growth was reduction of the growth was high as 44%. But surprisingly, normally Aspergillus flavus, which prefer to grow at 30 to 35 degrees C and produce toxin at 25 to 35 degrees C. But in the condition of co-culturing of apha and Fusarium, the aflatoxin producing increase at 15 degrees C and 20 degrees C due to the presence of Fusarium. Whereas at high temperature, the toxin production is decreased. Meanwhile, at 20 and 25 degrees C, which is the prevalence temperature of Fusarium toxin production, they found that the Fusarium species was negatively affected by the presence of apha. So the toxin was significantly decreased in this temperature. This is our previous data from our laboratory. We found that 80% of dry chili powder sample was contaminated with two mycotoxins, aflatoxin and ochratoxin. The co-occurrence of ochratoxin and aflatoxin was present less in chili pot. In dry chili powder, the co-occurrence of mycotoxin is around 80%, but in dry chili pot is only 88%. So we found the high incidence of ochratoxin in dry chili powder and dry chili pot. Some of the sample had the amount of toxin up to 100 and to 300 ppb. And also the previous data from our laboratory, we found that the most frequent fungal stain in Thai dry chili was Aspergillus section floweri, followed by section nigri, circumdati, section Aspergillus, and we found Penicillium and also the Rhizopus. The most common species is an toxigenic aflatoxin, toxigenic aphawas at a frequency of 40 degree at 40%. Although the remaining fungal species are non-toxigenic strain. Among the 200 isolates, we found only 3 isolates that has ability to produce ochratoxin. 1 isolate of the Aspergillus section nigri, and the other 2 from the Aspergillus section floweri. And after we identify, it showed that they are the Aspergillus carbonarius and Aspergillus allicis. These 2 fungal are responsible for contaminating dry chili with OTA. I'm sorry. From this result, we can suggest that the presence of the mycotoxin does not imply that the given toxigenic fungi are being found in these food commodities. On the other hand, the absence of the mycotoxin producing fungi does not guarantee the absence of the toxin in that food. We interested to see the effect of indigenous non-aflatoxigenic and aflatoxigenic Aspergillus flowers on the OTA producing by 2 strains, Aspergillus carbonarius and Aspergillus allicis, which are isolated from dry chili. So we set the experiment. We did the co-culturing between the non-aflatoxigenic A. flowers against the ochratoxigenic A. carbonarius and A. allicis. We also compare with the aflatoxigenic A. flowers with those 2 strains. Under the 2 levels of temperatures, 25 and 35, we monitor during incubation time at 7, 14, and 20 days. Of course, we did the experiment under the different concentration of 4, from 10 to the 2 to 10 to the 4. And here, this is the result. We found that in the mixed culture, the growth of ochratoxigenic species in the presence of non-toxigenic A. flowers under most conditions was significant decrease. There was a decrease in fungal biomass in mixed culture, which indicate that antagonism between 2 fungal species. Moreover, the decreased relative OTA level. As expected, the Aspergillus carbonarius and Aspergillus allicis were significantly inhibited by non-toxigenic aflatoxin A. flowers. The OTA producing continued decrease during 21 of observation. As shown here in the what we call the heat map analysis, the relative OTA -1 indicate the complete inhibition of OTA producing, which occur in the co-culture of the ochratoxigenic strain with the non-aflatoxigenic A. flowers. When we compare between 2 strains, the ochrasias and the allicis, we found that the non-aflatoxigenic A. flowers was more effective against A. carbonarius than A. allicis. The relative OTA level produced by A. carbonarius was reduced at the elevated growth temperature when we compare between 25 and 35 degrees C. The results may explain that the high temperature effect on the significant decrease of OTA production in case of the co-culture between the ochratoxin producing strain, and the toxigenic and non-toxigenic aphra was. And the next slide, when we focus on the interaction of the mixed culture of ochratoxigenic strain and alpha toxigenic strain, we found that the OTA and the alpha toxin production in the mixed culture was inhibit or stimulate depending on the strain of the OTA producing, the ratio of spore concentration and temperature. For example, at 25 degrees C, which is the typical temperature for alpha toxin production. But in co-culturing, we found that the OTA was produced by Aspergillus ocratius. Therefore, it's leading to co-contamination of the OTA with aflatoxin in dry chili samples. This result indicated that mycotoxin production by indigenous fungi and temperature significantly contribute to contamination of food with the OTA and aflatoxins B1. And we also interesting on the oxidative stress, which impact on the mycotoxin production. Oxidative stress can be induced by either temperature changes or the ROS, which is the reactive oxygen species that produced by the byproduct during a normal metabolic pathway, such as respiration or the adverse environment conditions. So we did the experiment. We follow the production of the SOD and CAT, which is the enzyme that act as the antioxidants. So primarily antioxidants are enzymes that trigger the breakdown of the free radicals or combine toxic compound with the glutathione, which is the SOD that I introduced here, the superoxide dimustase and the CAT catalase. The SOD will break down the superoxide and ion radical into water and oxygens, whereas the CAT, the catalase, will catalyze the decomposition of the hydrogen peroxide into water and oxygens. In fungal cell, increased content of the damaged protein, such as the formation of the protein carbonyl groups, is associated with the occurrence of the oxidative stress. So we also follow the protein carbonyl that we will use as the biomarker for the oxidative stress. Since it's involved with the temperature, so we interest that whether the shifting temperature which induce the oxidative stress will induce the mycotoxin production in the co-culture of the toxigenic strains such as Aspergillus carbonarius and Aphawas, or non-toxigenic strain of the Aspergillus oryzae at the shifting temperature 20 to 35 and 20 to 40. And here is the result. The upper figure show the growth rate and the lower figure show the production of the aflatoxins and ochratoxin in single and the mixture of the Aphawas and A. carbonarius. And this the black column is the mixture culture between the two strains. Overall, the increasing of the temperature to from 20 to 40 degrees C result in decreasing of fungal growth rate in single culture. But the shifting temperature program could stimulate the growth rate of fungi in the mixed culture compared to the single culture of especially the Aspergillus carbonarius, especially the condition where the final temperature is outside the temperature range of A. carbonarius, which is not growth at the 40 degrees C. Regarding OTA, the optimum production by Aspergillus carbonarius at static temperature when we observe at 20, the OTA was reduced significant when we did the co-culturing, but still the OTA produced still at the higher ratio when compared with the co-culture in case of the Aspergillus flavus. The aflatoxin is they was produced less. When we assess the oxidative stress on mycotoxigenic fungi, our results show the shifting temperature from 20 to 40 degrees C. That's the increasing of the oxidative stress, which shown by the increase of the protein carbonyl and catalase, and also the SOD in case of the Aspergillus ocrasius, which indicate that the presence of the competitor may induce fungi to produce more mycotoxin in certain conditions which are not favorable to them. And we also found the different patterns of stress response of both fungi. For Aspergillus, the catalase activity was increased within 24 hours after the temperature increased, followed by the increase in SOD activity at 120 hours, and no significant change in the amount of carbonylated protein. Whereas in Aspergillus carbonarius, the enzyme, both SOD and catalase, and also the carbonylated protein was increased late between 120 to 144 hours under the increasing of the temperature from 20 to 40. So this finding can be additional insight to understand the cell, the fungal cell, under the abiotic and biotic stress. I mean the shifting temperature and also the co-culturing. By understand the basic metabolic system of the cell, we expected it will be contribute in developing the measure to control the mycotoxin. So this is my last slide. So we would like to conclude that the mycotoxin production by indigenous fungal significant contribute to co-contaminant of food with OTA and ochratoxin and aflatoxin. Temperature play important role in the pattern of reduction of aflatoxin production in the mixed culture or the co-culturing between the indigenous microbiota that present in food crop. In this case, we use the dry chili as the case. Our finding postulate that the temperature fluctuation during the shifting temperature may occur during the post-harvest, drying or handling the food, will affect on the changes of mycotoxin production in food crops. And lastly, we think that information from the mixed culturing of the contaminating and indigenous fungi in food crops may help to develop a predictive model in the future for prevent the fungal growth and mycotoxin production, especially under the adverse temperature, for example, shifting temperature. And lastly, I would like to thank all the members in our mycotoxin lab. You can see here one of the Indonesian ladies work with us. Now she's in your country, Rati. and also the foreigner from Nepal. Thank you for our members. And lastly, I would like to thank you, my university, and also the funded from KERDI, Kesehatan University Research and Development Institute. And it's all I want to share my experience, and I'm pleased to welcome for the questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Warapa, for a very valuable presentation. Your presentation gives us insight, deep knowledge about how to control the mycotoxin by the interaction with other mycotoxigenic molds. Thank you very much. Please give a big applause to Dr. Warapa. And I would like to invite all the keynote speaker to join with us in the panel discussion section. Okay. First, I would like to deliver the question. There are many questions from the audience. Thank you very much for the participation for the question. The first question is addressed to Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi. There are many questions actually, Prof. Pur. Is it by one by one, or I give to you about 3 questions first?
Okay, that will be good. That will be fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Tati.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is the question for from Bu Indah Aprilianti for Wangsa Manggala Catholic University. Okay, this is the long question. Okay, what are the key constraints of the uses more biodiversities, and are food companies reluctant to commercialize the underutilized commodities? And SDGs indices have been filed to make government be agile with pandemic attack. May I ask you favor on the recommendation of the improvement of international consensus to help the food security system in the world? This is from Bu Indah Apriliati. And the next question comes from Bu Umi Purwandari from University of Trunojoyo, Madura. The question is that there are many innovations in food science in Indonesia that can be used to support food security. What is actually the bottlenecks for utilizing these innovative products? And the last question, comes from, I'm sorry. Okay, comes from Emilia from University of Surabaya. Okay, occasionally they will have really big discount and usually apply for fast food vendors. Will this condition add some challenges in food security in the future times? And how our local food can compete with such a bargain price and taste wise? Maybe because there are many foreign foods comes to our country. So Professor Purwiyatno, the time is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the question. For me, that's not really a question because actually you have idea actually already. But I would like to respond or comment to some of this express opinion or question. The first one coming from Bu Indah. Bu Indah asking about my opinion regarding the what actually is the key
constraint,
success component or constraint regarding the establishment of food security, especially using a lot of indigenous resources and so on. Yeah, I think number one, in my opinion, is we need to try to change our mind, consumer mind in this case, about the value of food. Okay, when the value of food right now, they need to consider many elements of the food. There is a good reading if you like to read about this. In the website, you can find that the value of food is more than what is on our plate. So if in front of us there is a plate of food, actually behind this food in our plate, there are a lot of story behind it. Where is the food come from, for example, and who involved in the production of that food? That's also a good story. And also, is there any other cultural and social and also historical value associated with that particular food? That's also very much important aspect of the value of food, including when we're talking about the originality of the food is also another factor. So if we consider that as a good value, as the main value of the food, or at least as important as other value that are currently used to value food, mostly economic value, then we probably will be able to appreciate more about local food, about local business, about small and medium enterprises, and so on. So this is about way of thinking, a way of philosophical thinking about how we value food more. So, for example, if we are talking about the small initiative at a certain location, then we would like to compare that in terms of their competitiveness with bigger scale of the company. That's very much very difficult to compare. That's like comparing orange and apple, in my opinion. So we need to see its individual enterprises, even though they are very small, as one individual, and also need to be valued comprehensively, not only on economic aspect of it, but also on other values such as economic value, social value, cultural value, and also many other factors associated with that food. So having said that, I think what we need to do is trying to encourage the initiative of respecting and loving and appreciating local food more. This is also, in my opinion, related to the third question coming from Emilia regarding, there are so many big enterprises selling food with discount and so on, and the local food is not able to do that. Again, as a consumer, we all have a power to choose. That's why we have to be mindful about what our personal choice in terms of eating, which kind of food we will be buying and also eating is very important. Please, just thinking beyond what we see in our plate. This is a message that I think is very important especially for the young generation. All of the student innovator, they are very very innovative in this. The second question, so I know I'm not answering directly with Bu Indah question, and the second question from Bu Indah is about the international setting related to the food security. I think currently we don't have a system that try to, what we do have, in my opinion, is trying to encourage every nation. For example, just recently we have what we call as a UN Food System Summit last month. Yeah, that's basically trying to create awareness among the country about the importance of having a sustainable food system. But other than that, it's coming back to every other country, because every country is basically sovereign country. They have their own sovereignty. They can determine what they want, but no other country have a right to intervene in this case. So this is our Indonesian national things that we need to decide, that we need to contribute as how to improve the food security. If we are talking about innovation, like what we talking in this conference, so the innovation need to be directed in such way that will improve the food security. So again, the last one, sorry, I take so much time. From Ibu Umi about the bottleneck. Yeah, this is a very difficult to say, but in my opinion, if we can develop the innovation, or starting from the invention, or starting from the research at the beginning, in a collaborative way with with entrepreneur, not necessarily big company, but entrepreneur who are willing to apply our research result to practice. I think that will help, in my opinion, because researcher has always have a lot of idea, too many idea probably. In Bahasa Indonesia, it says that peneliti like me has a lot of pendapat, but not necessarily pendapatan. So we have to combine that with people who has entrepreneurial spirit at the beginning. So in that will hopefully improve the possibility of our innovation to be applied in the real world. I don't have any more suggestion on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Purwiyatno, for the very clear explanation. Actually, food security is very complex, and this is also our challenges, not only diversification of the food, but also how the mind thinking is also changes. Okay, the next question, this is addressed to Professor Emiko. Okay, I would like to read the 3 questions. Okay, the first question comes from Ibu Neti Yuliana from University of Lampung, Indonesia. The question is about the rice, fermented rice, how the color changes during the fermentation of the red rice. And the second question, this is come from Laetitia from Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University. The question is about the factors affecting the color deepening in the red rice. You have explained there are temperature, maybe other factors that also affected these changes. And the third question, this is come from Bapak Sandi Darniadi from Indonesia Center for Agricultural Post-Harvest Research and Development. The question is, how about the effect of the color deepening in red rice on the human health? Is it beneficial or had the adverse effect? And are there any individual anthocyanins involved in this phenomena? Because we know that anthocyanin consists of the several compounds. Okay. Please, Professor Emiko, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So very kind question. The first question about the fermented rice. So I'm sorry. I don't know the fermented red rice. I usually eat directly. So I'm very interested. So if you have, I wanted to do the collaboration research. Okay. Maybe I research about gut microbiome. These flavonoids easily degraded. So color, so procyanidin in also maybe chemically change during the fermentation. So I'm very interested. And the next question is, I'm sorry, I cannot follow all. So effective the color change. I'm sorry.
The first question, the factors that affecting the color deepening in the red rice, beside temperature that you have been explained previously.
Oh, factor for the rice?
Yes, in the red rice.
Okay. So I think the secondary metabolites originally produced by the plant for protect by themselves. So so rice is one of the seed. So prothionesin so keeps so protects the seed. Sorry, prothionesin used for the protection for the seed. And this product, so I show the oxidation product. This is I don't think this oxidation product has some ability for to protection of the life. This is prothionesin finally changed to this product. Is it? Okay. I'm not sure this is the answer for her. And the final question is benefit for the us. So I think I don't have the answer for this question because we don't know the bioactivity of these oxidation products. But I think these products also contain several plant foods. So in the future, we should be check the functionality. Also, I think safety should be checked. And in my opinion, we can use these compounds to check the freshness of the red rice and some plant foods containing this prothionesin. And the final question is about the anthocyanin. So in my previous experiments, I also used the black rice. Anthocyanin red rice majorly contains the prothionesin. Quantity of the anthocyanin is very small. So we studied about anthocyanin using the black rice. We call black rice, but I'm not sure in Indonesia. Some purple colored rice. And this anthocyanin also degraded during the processing and also
Excuse me for the host. Can you unmute? Okay, you can continue, Prof. Emiko. I'm sorry for the disturbance of the sound.
Okay. So I also discovered some oxidant compounds of the anthocyanin in the black rice. But unfortunately, the amount is very small, so we couldn't check their bioactivity. So this experiment already finished. So if I have a chance, I continue this type of the research, also anthocyanin. Okay, is it okay?
Okay, thank you, Professor Emiko. It is still our challenge, I think, because we need further research about this. And for your information, in our country, there is the fermented black waxy rice product. This may be interesting also. Maybe the phenomena found in the red rice is also found in the black rice. Okay. So I would like to address the question from the honorable participant to Dr. Warapa. The first question is there any indication of the mycotoxin degradation during misgrowth of the fungi? And do you think there is potential or this mycotoxin degradation by competitive fungi? This is the question from Ibu Umi Purwandari from the University of Trunojoyo. And the second question, this comes from, again, Bu Indah Apriliati from Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University. This is a very interesting presentation. Thailand is quite different climate in northern area compared to the southern area. Is the contamination of the dry chili similarly occurring in the both area? If we dry the ground chili and expose the capsaicin out, can its antimicrobial activity help to reduce the aspergillus flavus? Okay, Dr. Warapa, the time is yours to answer the question.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much for the your questions. Yeah. The first question, if I'm not misunderstood, is about the we have seen the mycotoxin degradation during the co-culturing or during the competitive fungal? Well, let's see. In our observation, well, we see, yeah, we have seen that some of the because we use the how do we call? We use the -1, which is the level of inhibition. As I'm already shown you that the -1 is mean that full inhibition, no toxin production. All right, yeah, and we have seen the fluctuation of -1 to less minus, leads to the plus. If whenever it leads to the plus, it means that the plus number, it means that they have no inhibition, they have the toxin production. I would like to say that during we observed, we found that because it's the biological and complex condition, sometimes we found that -1, and sometimes after we follow like 14 days or 21 days, we found that the minus is less. So it means that less inhibition and more toxin production. All right. So what you want to say? What I want to say here that the toxin degradation might be less occur. Yeah, it seems to be produced more. I think that but see, it depends on the strain of the fungal. Yeah, we did the experiment between the toxigenic fungi and non-toxigenic fungi, which is the Aspergillus oryzae. Yeah, in that case, we found that non-toxigenic fungi can overcome, yeah, the competition of the toxigenic. Okay, but between toxigenic and toxigenic, like A. ocarina and A. flavus, we found that the degradation of the toxin was less. Sometimes it's induced toxin more, to produce toxin more. Yeah, that I would like to say. Yep. And the second question is about the dry chili. Yeah, as the capsicum can be the antimicrobial. Yes, they have the report that the capsicum can be the antimicrobial, but it's not that all. Yeah, it might be inhibit more, yeah, in case of bacteria, but in fungi it's more complicated. It's not easy, yeah, to to inhibit or to destroy, yeah, completely. So still, yeah, the key of the dry chili still is the control of the moisture, and especially control of the temperature. That I already showed you that the temperature has influence on the toxin production and also the competitiveness of the culture. All right.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Warapa, for the very clear explanation. I think we have more time, about 5 minutes. So I would like to address the question to Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi. The first question is about the relation of the food waste with the food security, because this is our problem also in Indonesia about the food waste production, mainly from the restaurant and others. And the second is about the suitable emerging technology for the staple food in Indonesia, because we are very strongly dependent on the rice. Prof. Wiryatno, the time is yours for a brief answer.
Thank you very much. A brief answer, but very difficult answer. Very difficult question. Number one, about food waste. Yeah, I think this is related to lifestyle. Again, if we can value food that we have, more, probably we will appreciate more about the food, because not easy, not easy to throw it away, because that will be wasted. So we will try to find a way to manage that, starting from the planning of buying and also storing until the consumption at household level, and also when we are, dining out and everything. So we need to have this, as I mentioned in my presentation, we have to be mindful about what we are eating, and also about how we are going to eat some food, so that we can appreciate more. So this is very important. If we can instill this kind of value early enough, actually, traditionally, we have that kind of value. If we are coming from Java Island, for example, we were taught by our mother, our ancestors, that not to throw away the food because our chicken will die, for example. That kind of value, I think, need to be take and instill to everybody, a young generation, to appreciate food more, because issue of food waste is very significant. Currently, about 1/3 of the food produced for human consumption is wasted. So, and Indonesia is considered to be among the biggest food waster in this case. So we need to change our lifestyle toward appreciating food more. And the second question is about Buteti.
The emerging technology for the staple food. Okay.
Yeah. Regarding the emerging technology, if we are talking about processing, there are so many available, but mostly, in my opinion, is trying to protect, the freshness, the fresh-like quality of the food, while also extending the shelf life. So again, if we can do that process in a very suitable technology, applied technology to prevent food from going spoiled early enough at the production level, and also process it in a good way to preserve the freshness, the quality, and also ensuring the safety, I think that's a way to go. And currently, there are several emerging technology to do that, but mostly the applied one, the more appropriate one, in my opinion, it's still very much the same. Like, for example, packaging, modified atmosphere packaging to preserve the freshness of the food, and transportation. If we can improve the transportation that we do currently have right now, I think will improve a lot of our condition, reducing the food loss and also food waste. If we know right now, when we transported banana, for example, from Lampung area to Java, they still use very much the same mode of transportation as we do have 5 or 10 years ago, with the truck, open truck, with a lot of banana, with no arrangement. So if we can improve the transportation, for example, the simple one, will obviously contribute to the betterment of the food security that we have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Wiryatno Haryadi, for the very clear explanation. And also, this is still our challenge to support the food security in our country, especially because the time is up. I would like to end this session. Please, to all of the audience, give the big applause to all the very distinguished keynote speaker in the first plenary session. Okay, thank you very much. And I will back the time to the master of the ceremony. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Matur nuwun, Prof.
Thank you, Professor Teti Estiasi, for leading the plenary session and the panel discussion.
And thank you very much to all guest speakers. The committee would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to all of the guest speakers and moderator.
The first appreciation will be given to Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi by Kuncorovo, Doctor of Philosophy Pharmacy, as the Rector of Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University.
Many thanks for the time. A very good morning to you all, the participants of International Food Conference 2021. On behalf of the university and also from the International Food Conference 2021 committee, I herewith would like to deliver a special token as appreciation to Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi, the keynote speaker today, this morning, which I believe and also I think agreed by all participants that his insights and valuable information shared by his expertise, experience, and his research findings so far have contributed a lot to all participants, and I'm sure that this may in turn will benefit to all the community we serve. Once again, thank you to Professor Haryadi, Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi. Thank you. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak Rektor.
So I give the mic back to the MC.
For the second appreciation will be given to Professor Emiko Yanase by Dr. Ignacio Srianta as the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Technology.
Okay, on behalf of Faculty of Agricultural Technology and also IFC Organizing Committee, I thank you very much to Professor Emiko Yanase for sharing today great research and idea that very beneficial for us, for all participants. Thank you very much, Prof. Emiko Yanase.
Thank you very much.
The third appreciation will be given to Dr. Warapa Mahakanchanakun by Dr. Susana Ristiarini, Master of Science, as the Head of Food Technology Study Program.
Good morning, Dr. Warapa. Thank you for your sharing your valuable experience at this moment, and we miss you. We hope we can continue to collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The fourth appreciation will be given to Professor Teti Estiasi by Dr. Anita Maya Suteja, Doctor of Philosophy, as the chairperson of the International Food Conference 2021.
Okay, Professor Teti Estiasi, thank you very much for become the first moderator in our presentation. Once again, thank you very much.
Once again, thanks to all of the speakers and moderators from the first plenary session. Let's keep this moment with the speaker and the moderator by taking a nice picture. Ladies and gentlemen, please open your camera. The IT team and the co-host will take the picture. Is the team ready?
Okay. For the first slide, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, for the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. 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 Okay, next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. The next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, for the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. 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 Okay. For the next slide. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, that's it. Thank you. And you may turn off your camera and microphone again as we will move on to the next session.
Shortly, we will enter the parallel session. Parallel session will be divided into 6 breakout rooms. The following are the room codes: FA for food availability, FS for food safety, FP for food process and product development, FF for fermented food, FC for functional food, and PG for probiotic and gut health. Please join the breakout room FA1, FS1, FP1, FF1, FC1, and PG1.
Please note the room code. The invited speaker for food availability will be Professor Umi Purwandari. Food safety will be Professor Budi Budianarko. Food processing and product development will be Bedra Muhosa, Doctor of Philosophy. Fermented food will be Dr. Francisco B. Elegado. Functional food will be Professor Made Astawan. And probiotic and gut health will be Satoru Fukiya, Doctor of Philosophy, and Dr. Rina Agustina, Doctor of Philosophy. Attention please. For the participants who will present the paper in each breakout room, please change your username into participant code underscore name. For example, FA11 underscore Matutina.
For further information, please ask to Q&A underscore plenary underscore co-host. The committee will guide you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may enter the room.
Dasarnya itu udah ada gitu ya, sourdough. Jadi supaya nanti sourdough itu teksturnya lebih lembut, ya rasanya lebih lembut. Jadi nanti teman-teman yang pakai. Jadi sourdough kalau teman-teman melihat di YouTube itu sudah banyak, ya bisa melihat nanti ya formulasinya itu di YouTube. Terus beberapa mahasiswa juga menjadi tugas akhir karena manfaat kesehatannya, terus juga tantangannya. Jadi membuat pesawat buat ini menjadi lebih empuk, gitu ya, pori-pori diserahkan. Karena ini kita lihat di sini ya, ini yang umum nih. Kalau yang ini sudah baik ini ya. Ini sudah ada pengembangan produknya nih. Jadi tantangannya itu pori-porinya supaya seragam, soalnya kan produksinya dari yeast sama bakteria itu lebih banyak. Jadi lebih menghasilkan gas yang bisa jadi tidak terkontrol seperti ini ya. Jadi supaya lebih homogen, kemudian teksturnya juga lebih lembut, lebih lunak. Nah, jadi pada sourdough bread ini masih pakai yeast seperti yang digunakan untuk membuat bread, common bread. Nyebutnya common bread itu yang umum ya biasanya. Nah, di bawah kondisinya kan aerobik, memang harus ada yeastnya. Tujuannya untuk menghasilkan CO2 ya. Nah, kalau dari sourdough bread ini melibatkan mikroorganisme yang lain, yaitu terutama aktif bakteria. Kalau disingkat itu bahasanya bakteria asam laktat, bakteria laktat. Kalau bahasa Inggrisnya itu LAB, lactic acid bacteria.
Halo. Gigi. FA1 iki piye iki join.
Kamu di mute dulu. Hari jauh sudah nyata, lenggangnya lenggok kota buaya. Lemahkan mulai dipandang, tangannya melenggang agak ke belakang. Kain batik Yogyakarta, lama jinjit baju kain kaca, selendang putih di pundak berlambai-lambaian, sedaplah dipandang. Gelana gelanu lenggang lenggok Surabaya, yang lenggang Surabaya, tajam mata hati goncang, pikiran melayang, tapi jangan mata keranjang, akibatnya nanti ditempeleng orang. Gelana gelanu jangan lenggang, lenggang lenggok Surabaya, gang lenggang Surabaya, tajam mata memandang, hati goncang, pikiran melayang, tapi jangan mata keranjang, akibatnya nanti ditempeleng orang. Tanah airku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanah
Yes, apparently there's a problem. Probably the committee can. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. What's going on, Athena? Is there any explanation for us? I think we got a problem here, but I think everyone was out, and then we now back to the room.
Kok nggak ada? Kan udah masuk room beli kan? Kok sih nggak ada kedengaran ya?
Hello, good afternoon, Prof. Endang. I'm here.
Good afternoon.
Pak Sujaryo try to enter the breakout room because I'm not sure, maybe a technical error, and then now.
Joy.
Halo panitia, bisa pindahkan saya ke ruangan FF28?
Mohon maaf, ini siapa yang berbicara dengan saya?
Alvin,
Ini
Bu.
panitia?
Alvin, Bu Maria.
Siap. Oh, Alvin.
Ya,
Bentar.
saya sudah selesai moderator,
Ya.
sekarang mau
Terima
pindah
kasih.
ke...
Sebentar, Pak Alvin ya.
Baik.
Mohon maaf, Pak Alvin. Pak Alvin bisa confirm invite-nya?
Iya, Bu Maria, belum muncul.
Pak Alvin bisa dengar saya?
Bisa Bu Maria.
Ini posisinya di kami, Pak Alvin itu posisinya not join. Artinya Pak Alvin itu sudah kami pindahkan, tapi belum ada confirm.
Oh iya, tapi
Coba
di saya tidak
coba
ada.
dilihat, Bapak keluar.
Oh ini ya, saya tekan join. Oh ini ada.
Iya,
Ya, di
ada
bawah.
Pak.
Iya. Ya.
Ada nggak? Sekarang di posisi FF1.
Yang angka 28 Alvin angkatan
Ini, ini.
udah ada ya Bu?
Iya ini.
Saya habis ini dia soalnya.
Iya.
Oke. Terima kasih.
Pak Alvin sudah masuk? Halo, Pak Alvin sudah masuk?
I'm sorry, Komita. I want to ask any closing the some conference. Good afternoon, Komita. Any closing the conference?
Good afternoon. With who I'm speaking?
Good afternoon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Any closing
What's
the?
your name, Mom?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Heronisa. I am from
Yeah.
friend Yumas Medan. Any closing the conference? Or I will be leave. I can leave.
Nisa, I can help you answering. There will be still plenary session before closing. So I would suggest you to stay there.
Sorry. Sorry. May I?
I'm stay here for the closing or
Yeah, you stay there.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. There will be plenary session before closing.
Okay, thank you, Miss. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Ini beda. Yang ini bisa bikin kamu nikmatin sensasi rasa mangga yang luar biasa. Setiap gigitan penuh kelezatan. Kesegarannya terbuat dari mangga pilihan. Tinggi vitamin C untuk penuhi kebutuhan harian kamu. Gimana? Mau nikmatin rasanya Campina Go Mango? Bisa dipesan via online juga loh. Campina Go Mango. Nikmatnya dari mangga berkualitas.
Saya Jimmy Najmi dari PT Mazarat Loka Natura Indonesia. Saat ini saya menjabat sebagai owner dengan brand Mazarat Artisan Cheese.
Selamat datang di dunia real food. Dunia yang penuh dengan bahan alami, sehat, dan diproduksi lokal. Yang penuh dengan kebaikan untuk tubuh, melewati 1210 percobaan untuk menemukan formulasi terbaik. Dan diproduksi secara steril. Yang paling penting, formula rahasia dari real food. Proses packaging khusus yang membuat setiap produk bisa bertahan 1 tahun tanpa bahan pengawet. Konsumsi selama 12 hari setiap bulannya untuk manfaat maksimal dari Fit with Real Food. Menjaga semua Real Food fam agar tubuh tetap fit. Ayo konsumsi setiap pagi dan menjadi fit dengan Real Food.
Forever yang kemasan baru, warnai harimu. Diperkaya 500 mg kolagen. Jaga cantikmu luar dalam.
Tapi, apa jadinya kalau aku tidak ada di antara mereka?
Yang namanya keluarga
harus saling jaga. Gimana ya pas ketemu adiknya nanti?
Untuk menemani aktivitas anak,
Bantu jaga daya tahan tubuhnya dengan Real Food Stay Fit.
Cobain yuk nikmatnya Campina Gomengo. Ini beda. Yang ini bisa bikin kamu nikmatin sensasi rasa mangga yang luar biasa. Setiap gigitan penuh kelezatan. Kesegarannya terbuat dari mangga pilihan. Tinggi vitamin C untuk penuhi kebutuhan harian kamu. Gimana? Mau nikmatin rasanya Campina Gomengo? Bisa dipesan via online juga loh. Campina Gomengo. Nikmatnya dari mangga berkualitas.
Kami dari Badan POM ya ingin semuanya ini akan menjadi suatu produk ya atau suatu jasa yang berguna bagi masyarakat.
Kita akan mengelola sumber gizi yang ada di masing-masing komuniti sehingga nanti menghasilkan itu kimia yang nantinya itu akan bermanfaat baik untuk kesehatan maupun untuk yang lain-lain.
Saya Jimmy Najmi dari PT Maserat Lokanatura Indonesia. Saat ini saya menjabat sebagai owner dengan brand Maserat Artisan Cheese.
Sore Pak Ardi, Prof. Marsono, Bu Eni.
Selamat sore Bu April.
Sore Bu Yu.
Pak Marsono. Bujuk, apa kabar?
Halo Bu Nani.
Pak Marsono.
Sore Pak Marsono, Bu Nani. Sore semuanya.
Marsono, piye kabare?
Puji Tuhan sehat.
Wis ora tau nunggang sepur.
Ora sih, kongkon prei kok.
Wis ora nunggang sepur saiki.
Wis kangen Surabaya jane.
Lah iya. Wis aman wae ya.
Iyalah.
Wis aman tekan Surabaya.
Ya. Ya.
Yuk, pesek. Yuk, pesek.
Selamat datang di dunia real food. Dunia yang penuh dengan bahan alami, sehat, dan diproduksi lokal. Yang penuh dengan kebaikan untuk tubuh, melewati 1210 percobaan untuk menemukan formulasi terbaik. Dan diproduksi secara steril. Yang paling penting, formula rahasia dari real food. Proses packaging khusus yang membuat setiap produk bisa bertahan 1 tahun tanpa bahan pengawet. Konsumsi selama 12 hari setiap bulannya untuk manfaat maksimal dari Fit with Real Food. Menjaga semua real food fam agar tubuh tetap fit. Ayo konsumsi setiap pagi dan menjadi fit dengan Real Food.
Forever yang kemasan baru. Warnai harimu. Berkaya 500 mg kolagen. Jaga cantikmu luar dalam.
Tapi apa jadinya kalau aku tidak ada di antara mereka?
Yang namanya keluarga harus saling jaga. Gimana ya pas ketemu adiknya nanti?
Untuk menemani aktivitas anak,
Bantu jaga daya tahan tubuhnya dengan Real Food Stay Fit.
Cobain yuk nikmatnya Campina Gomengo. Ini beda. Yang ini bisa bikin kamu nikmatin sensasi rasa mangga yang luar biasa. Setiap gigitan penuh kelezatan. Kesegarannya terbuat dari mangga pilihan. Tinggi vitamin C untuk penuhi kebutuhan harian kamu. Gimana? Mau nikmatin rasanya Campina Gomengo? Bisa dipesan via online juga loh. Campina Gomengo. Nikmatnya dari mangga berkualitas.
Okay, good afternoon and welcome again today.
Jadi kami dari Badan POM ya ingin semuanya ini akan menjadi suatu produk ya atau suatu jasa yang berguna bagi masyarakat.
Kita akan mengelola sumber gizi yang ada di masing-masing komoditi sehingga nanti menghasilkan itu kimia yang nantinya itu akan bermanfaat baik untuk kesehatan maupun yang lain-lain.
Saya Jimmy Najmi dari PT Mazarat Lokanatura Indonesia. Saat ini saya menjabat sebagai owner dengan brand Mazarat Artisan Cheese.
Permisi, Bu.
Halo? Halo, halo.
Nanti
Satu lagi.
Bareng ya coba ya.
Hello, Ihab. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Srianta. Good afternoon, everyone. Well done. I'm so impressed, really, with 313 participants. Well done.
Penuh dengan bahan alami, sehat, dan diproduksi lokal. Yang penuh dengan kebaikan untuk tubuh, melewati 1.210 percobaan untuk menemukan formulasi terbaik. Dan diproduksi secara steril. Yang paling penting, formula rahasia dari Real Food. Proses packaging khusus yang membuat setiap produk bisa bertahan 1 tahun tanpa bahan pengawet. Konsumsi selama 12 hari setiap bulannya untuk manfaat maksimal dari Fit with Real Food. Menjaga semua Real Food fam agar tetap fit. Ayo konsumsi setiap pagi dan menjadi fit dengan Real Food.
Forever yang kemasan baru, warnai harimu. Diperkaya 500 mg kolagen. Jaga cantikmu luar dalam.
Tapi, apa jadinya kalau aku tidak ada di antara mereka?
Yang namanya keluarga harus saling jaga. Gimana ya? Pas ketemu adiknya nanti,
Untuk menemani aktivitas anak,
bantu jaga daya tahan tubuhnya dengan Real Food Stay Fit.
Good afternoon and welcome again to the International Food Conference 2021. This conference is organized by the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, in collaboration with Indonesian Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria in Gut Microbiota, University Center of Excellence for Research and Application on Integrated Probiotic Industry, Center for Food and Nutrition Studies from Gadjah Mada University, Pusat Unggulan Iptek Perguruan Tinggi, World Association for Sustainable Development, International Forum for Public Health, Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Indonesian Food and Beverage Association, and also Indonesian Food Technologies Association from Surabaya.
And supported by Shanghang Perkasa Limited Liability Company, Real Food Winta Asia Limited Liability Company, HRL International Limited Liability Company, Campina Ice Cream Industry Limited Liability Company, Media Pangan Indonesia Limited Liability Company, Coklat Dalam from Yogyakarta, Mozart Artisan Cheese, and Giles Burger Group.
The next session will be the second plenary.
In this session, there will be 3 guest speakers. They are Professor Chin Kun Wang, Indah Apriliati, Doctor of Philosophy, and Dr. Ihab Taufik.
This session will be chaired by Dr. Ardiansyah from Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical and Universitas Bakri, Jakarta, Indonesia as the moderator.
Allow us to introduce Dr. Ardiansyah. This is the biography of Dr. Ardiansyah. His current position is as an associate professor in Department of Food Technology, Universitas Bakri, and as a secretary in Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. He has a PhD in Science of Food Function and Health Department, Graduate School of Agricultural Science in Tohoku University. Dr. Ardiansyah also have some working experiences from 2007 to 2009 as a postdoctoral fellow and 2009 to 2012 as an assistant professor at Laboratory of Nutrition, Graduate School of Agricultural Science in Tohoku University. He also has some ongoing research from 2021 to 2022 with a title, The Utilization of Fermented Bran as a Functional Food Ingredient, funded by the Ministry of Research and Technology in Indonesia.
Throughout his life, Dr. Ardiansyah has made several publications. His latest publication in the year 2021 is entitled Sensory Profiles of Chocolate Drinks Made from Commercial Fermented Cocoa Powder and Unfermented Cocoa Beans. Dr. Ardiansyah has also received a number of awards and honors. In 2014, he received an award for first rank of Outstanding Lecturer. In 2013, he received Travel Award Fellowship from the International Diabetes Foundation and from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in the USA. In 2012, Dr. Ardiansyah once again received a Travel Award Fellowship, this time from the American Society for Nutrition in the USA. From 2009 until 2012, he had been involved in the postdoctoral fellowship program for foreign researchers held by the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries in Japan. And from 2007 until 2009, he had been involved in the JSPS postdoctoral fellowship program for foreign researchers in Japan.
Dr. Ardiansyah, we will pass this session to you. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Master Ceremony, for the nice introduction. So, the Honorable Mr. and Madam Speaker, distinguished guests, fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, or good morning, or some of them good evening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So as I mentioned by MC, I am Ardiansyah, Secretary of Indonesian Society of Functional Food and Nutraceutical. It's very honored to chair of this session. First of all, I would like to welcome you again in the International Food Conference organized by the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Vidya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University. In this second plenary session, we have three outstanding presentations from our prominent presenter, whom I believe will enrich our insight and knowledge regarding innovation of food in the new normal era. We do hope that this event will emphasize the role of food as an essential contributor to combat against COVID-19. So as mentioned by the MC, we have already here, I think, there are three speakers. I ask first Professor Chin Kung Wang. He is from Chung-San Medical University, Taiwan. The second is Ibu Dr. Margareta Indah Apriliati. She is from Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Vidya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University, Indonesia. And then Dr. Ihab Taufik. He is from University of Westminster, UK. So before the presentation begins, allow me to introduce our first keynote speaker. He is already here. Hello, Professor Chin Kung Wang.
Hello, Dr. ID. How are you?
Oh, fine. Nice to see you again. Okay. His name is Chin Kung Wang. So his present position is distinguished professor, and his background is from MD, medical doctor, or PhD from National Taiwan University. And he work experience, yeah. You can see in the slide, his research background actually research on the focus on the digestive health, clinical trial for traditional herb and nutraceutical and functional food, human metabolism and disorder, neurodegeneration disease intervention, and also antivirus study. Professor Chin Kung is very famous, as we know that he is one of the council member of International Academy of Food Science and Technology. He is former president of International Society for Nutraceutical and Functional Food, ISNFF. He is fellow of International Academy of Food Science and Technology. And now he is also honorary president of Nutrition Society of Taiwan, and also chair for Global Incident Alert Network, Global Harmonization Initiative. So Professor Chin Kung will present today with entitled Dietary Intake and Inflammation. So Professor Chin Kung, your time is 30 minutes. And before you start, I will announce to the audience from now. If you have any question, please write your name, country, and put your question on the chat room. So, Prof. Chin Kung, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adi. Thank you for your very kind introduction. And also, I'm amazing. So many participants today, over 300 for this conference. I'm Chin Kung Wang from Taiwan. Actually, I have a lot of Indonesian friends, and today I believe some of you also still for this conference. So because my time is limited, so I will move into my presentation. Today, I would like to introduce is about the dietary intake and the inflammation. Yeah, as the introduction by Dr. Adi, I'm from Taiwan. All right. At first, I would like to thank the invitation from the organizing community of the 2021 food conference. Yeah, so I think this is a very good chance for exchanging and also to share our own studies. I would like to tell you, as you know, the so-called secret killer, as we know, that is inflammation. So inflammation, we know, just like a fire. So you can see the fire here, and you can see some Chinese word also just follow the form of the fire. Yeah, so you can see a lot of people stand here, but most of them, they have some inflammation in different parts of their body. And what is the association for the inflammation? For example, cardiovascular disease, cancers, arthritis, joint pains, obesity, and also allergies, eyes disorder, asthma, diabetes, colitis, Crohn's disease, infection, injury, and also even for psoriasis. So what is the solution for the inflammation? Basically, the answer is from the nature, some of them even from the foods. So in the past, we always heard that food is medicine. Medicine is food. Yeah, so I think this is a very interesting issue. Yeah, so from here you can see this is the so-called top 10 plant-based foods to reduce inflammation. I believe most of them are very popular results. For example, garlic, ginger, tomato, and a lot of fruits and vegetables. Yeah, but today I would like to introduce, this is a very important inflammation and also a cancer and related disease because of the Erica fruit. Erica fruit actually it is widely grown in South Asia, also including Taiwan. In Indonesia, I also saw the Erica fruit tree. The tree is different from the coconut. It's thin and tall. This is the roots of the Erica fruit, and this is the fresh Erica fruit. So in Taiwan and also in Indonesia, I even noticed two types of betel quid. Yeah, this is used together with the pepper betel inflorescence and also some select lime, and this is enveloped by the pepper betel. Yeah, and sometimes when the pepper betel leaf envelope to Erica fruit, we can call it is so-called double star. Yeah, but in India, I think India also sells a lot of betel quid, but usually together with tobacco or without tobacco. So the name is Pan Masala. So amounted about 11.32 million British pounds in about 1900. Yeah, the betel nut used in India is different from the fresh Erica fruit. Actually, betel nut is obtained from the mature Erica fruit, and it looks like a hen's egg and yellowish. So when we remove the shell, we can see the meat of the nut. This is so-called the betel nut used in India. So the use of betel quid basically is because of ethnic or cultural use, and commonly used in East Africa, Far East Asia, India, and South Pacific. But also some of them immigrated to Western countries, but it has not been spread to general population of Western countries. Yeah, so as we know, it's about 600 million people around the world chewing betel nut daily now, and it is used during a wedding festival or some special parties. And the betocquid is prohibited in some public area because, you know, after chewing betocquid, usually the red saliva will throw out and also stains the floor and also the sidewalks. Yeah, so we can see this is the betocquid chewing, and after chewing that, because of the slack line, they have to throw out the red saliva, just like breathing. Yeah, so sometimes there is a joke in the past in Taiwan. Some guests visit Taiwan, and when they took the taxi, they see the taxi driver work so hard because they found that the taxi driver, after hard working and breathing a lot, actually, because they chew the betocquid and throw out the red saliva. All right, this is Erica fruit. Okay, so betocquid is composed of Erica fruit, and the other one is pepper betel. Pepper betel are some kinds of vine, and usually two varieties are used. One is inflorescence. This is inflorescence. This is inflorescence. The other one is leaf. They are different from different plants, and the smell, flavor are also different. And the betel leaf actually also used in India. Yeah, so even different geography, but the ingredients for betocquid is very similar. And the third ingredient, that is slack lime. Slack lime usually is composed major by calcium hydroxide. Yeah, so this is some kinds of alkaline materials. So we can see the paste is calcium hydroxide. Is produced from the burning limestone and water added. So it contains high levels of calcium hydroxide. And the other one, that is cashew gum, is produced from Malaysia, and also other optional ingredients. And so the taste of the betocquid is different from different geography. So in Taiwan, that is a very special scenery. If any one of you ever visit Taiwan, in some corner of the block, you can see this kind of store, and you can see some spicy girl wearing bikini or very spicy clothing. Yeah, they actually sell the betocquid and also some other drink. All right, the betel nut contain alkaloids, and the major one is ericoline. And actually, there are 4 kinds of alkaloids in betel nut. But after metabolized, they also can conform different kinds of nitrogenation products. And actually, many studies show that ericoline should be some kinds of carcinogen. However, it is not so clear, and the evidence is not so high. But our studies show that ericoline, it can enhance the carcinogenic effect of some carcinogen. All right, as I mentioned earlier about the pepper betel, actually there are a lot of volatile oils, such as eugenol and different kinds of phenols. And the betel leaf also causes salivation and also a local nascent effect. Okay, so when we know so much about the betocquid, so what is the chemistry? So basically, you know, it contains some natural materials and also alkaline slack limes. Yeah. So we can see the biology of betocquid, including the salivation and also lacrimation, urinary incontinence, and also diarrhea, gastrointestinal upset, emesis. Yeah. So, but the most important point, that is so-called addiction. Yeah, because after chewing betocquid, they can feel warm and also awaken feeling general well-being, and that's kind of a sympathetics. But the other major problem, it will cause oral diseases. So I would like to show you the important one is oral submucous fibrosis. The mouth cannot open very high, usually only 1 or 2 centimeters. The second is leukoplakia. Now this is the precancer of the oral carcinoma. And this is oral carcinoma, usually sometimes in the oral cavity, different position, teeth, or under the tongue, or on the lips. And this is severe oral carcinoma. Yeah, some of them move to brain, and some of them become a very big block and wound on the mouth. All right, so we can see this is a very serious, usually this is the third stage of oral carcinoma, and the situation is very terrible and also very painful for the patients. So why? Yeah, because beta quid damage to the oral cavity, and people, because of the addiction, so also still like to chew beta quid. From the public health publication, we know that almost 95% of oral carcinoma cancer patients, yeah, they have a habit of chewing beta quid. So this is a big problem. Regarding the addiction of beta quid, actually from the adrenal medulla, we did a lot of study in the past, and also so many publications show that because of the nervous stimulation, yeah, so we can see from the adrenal chromaffin cell, and also see some they can help to induce the secretion of catecholamine and induce serious addiction. Yeah, so this is some only some other publishing papers. But I would like to tell you, in our study, we can show that if only by using aqueous extract from beta quid, actually in the EMS test, they cannot induce the carcinogenic effect. However, when they together with some carcinogen, for example, MMNG, yeah, we can see actually it can promote the carcinogenic effect. And we also try to see how is the effect on cystochromatic exchange frequency. And from here, actually, if only the beta quid aqueous extract alone, they do not work. However, when together with MMNG carcinogen, actually, they can induce, they can promote the cystochromatic exchange. All right, so today I would like to introduce is the main role, that is propolis. As you know, propolis is the waxy material in the bee nest. It contains a lot of natural phytochemicals. And the phytochemicals actually is different from different geography, and they were found antibacterial, antivirus, and anti-cancer. And you can see one bee nest will form 200 to 50 grams of propolis per year. And we can see basically propolis from different area of the world. They mostly contains about 50% of resin, 30% of beeswax, 10% of essential oil, and 5% flower powder, and the others. Yeah, and this is their appearance and shape. Actually, the color and the shape also different. For example, in Taiwan, because this is a paratropical area, the propolis in Taiwan, they show the green color. All right, so because the effect of the propolis, so we can see many kinds of commercial products in the market. For example, ointment, capsule, drop, toothpaste, soap, and also some other functional foods. Yeah, and the bioactive compounds in propolis actually even over 200 more chemicals were found in propolis, but flavonoids should be the major health contributors. And three big groups of flavonoids can be found in propolis. For example, flavonoids, crystin and pinocyprin. They are very important contributor. Flavonol, quercetin, camphorol, and flavonoid. Yeah, they are also important. But basically, we know caffeic acid, cinnamic acid, and their ester show spatial physical function. Yeah, so I believe this one is very famous one. And actually, in our laboratory, we also use the artificial synthesized one, and also did a lot of study. But because of the time is limited, so I did not show you today. Maybe we can share in the future. Yeah, so the function of propolis, you can see to improve the immune function, anti-inflammation, antivirus, liver protection, anti-oxidation, immune activation, anti-cancer, and so on. So, for example, anti-inflammation, because inflammation usually is the initial stage for different kinds of disease. So it's very important. And propolis actually was found to inhibit, for example, onosine decarboxylase, lipoxygenase, tyrosine protein kinase, and also the metabolism of arachidonic acid. The second important one, that is antibacterial. Yeah, so most gram-positive bacterial or mycobacterium tuberculosis can be suppressed by propolis, and also they can help to prevent the breathing infection. Actually, in my laboratory, we have a screen platform. As you know, because of COVID-19, we isolate the COVID-19 virus from the patient, and we are now screen a lot of natural materials, try to find a functional one, and also antivirus. Yeah, this is liver protection. They can reduce the liver damage induced by tetrachloride. Yes, and anti-oxidation. But I suggest anti-oxidation sometimes doesn't mean anything, just for your reference. And this is immune activation. It's very clear. Propolis can regulate, up-regulate the CD4 to CD8 ratio. It means they can activate the immune system and also significantly increase natural killer cell. Yeah, so this is anti-cancer. Actually, in my laboratory, we also publish a lot of paper about the effect. So I will show you the data later. But propolis also show allergic dermatitis. Yeah, so some people may be allergic to propolis. So before use, should to take some simple test. Yeah, so I will show you some interesting studies. We included many kinds of propolis from Taiwan, China, and even Brazil. And we use ethanol extract and also aqueous extract. And we can see ethanol extract can extract many more materials than the water extract. And we can compare their antioxidation. As compared with vitamin C, actually propolis also show very good antioxidation. And we can see their effect on the anti-mutagenesis induced by third BOH. And we can see the propolis ethanol extract can suppress the carcinogen. And we also, I will also show you some important data from the human subjects. After the use of the propolis, we can see after 4 weeks intervention, the total phenolic contents in the plasma increased a lot. And also antioxidant vitamin, for example, antioxidant C, vitamin C and vitamin E, and also cell levels were also increased. Yeah, and I can show you this is the data from the human subjects. We can find that after the intervention of propolis, the antioxidant capacity were greatly increased. The MDM monodialdehyde were also suppressed, and LDL oxidation that time was also greatly increased. And this is for the immune performance. we can see the CD4 performance was also increased after the intervention. CTA keep constant, but the ratio of CD4 to CD8 really greatly increased. All right, so we also did a lot of clinical intervention for the oral cancer patient. Yeah, so I introduced earlier OSF and also leukoplakia and oral cancer. So we enrolled the subjects into our studies. But at the first, we would like to find an indicator. I think the best indicator that is cyclooxygenase 2, Cas2. And we can find that this is OSF. This is leukoplakia and also cancer. And we can see actually Cas2 expression show the syndrome severity dependent. And we can see in the cell model when together with the carcinogen, and we can see the propolis can suppress the expression of Cas2 very much. And also just compare with the antibiotics of celecoxib. And this is the biopsy. We can see this is normal cell, oral tissue cell. And this is the OSF. We can see OSF oral tissue, we can find some Cas2. And this is leukoplakia. Yeah, there are many more Cas2 expression. This is for oral cancer patients. So from here, we know Cas2 is a very good indicator. And from here, yeah, this is for all. We can see very clearly for cancer tissue, it's very, it's changed a lot. And also Cas2 expression are very strong. And leukoplakia is middle and OSF is the mild one. And we can see, I will show you, this is very interesting. This is an intervention to the oral cancer. And we can see this is from the health normal oral tissue. And we can see, we cannot see the Cas2 expression. And this is from the cancer carcinoma tissue. And we can see a lot of red. This is Cas2 expression. But after the intervention, this part is every day 0.1 milliliter. This is every day 1 milliliter. And we can see Cas2 expression was greatly reduced. And here almost disappeared. So I can show you, this is the real example. Before intervention, we can see the carcinoma is very clear under the tongue. But after 6 months of intervention by propolis, yeah, we can see the carcinoma tissue disappear. Yeah, this is a very good example. I will show you the other one. Also 6 months of intervention, and we can see this is a carcinoma from inside the mouth to move to outside the mouth. But after the intervention, we can see all the carcinoma pores actually completely removed and recovery completely. Yeah. So we also try to see if propolis after digestion. So for example, after gastric digestion or gastrointestinal digestion, is there any change? Because we would like to have advanced use for propolis. Yeah, so we see this is the antioxidant capacity, and we can see from 95% of ethanol extract and 65% of ethanol extract. No, this is the results of original propolis. And after gastric digestion, we can see still remain the constant. And even after gastric and intestinal digestion, all the materials still keep very good antioxidant capacity. And we can show you how about after the addition of TPA and also together with the original propolis and also 85% ethanol extract and 65% ethanol extract. Yeah, but of course, they are through the GI test, GI digestion, and we can see still show very good separation on class 2 separation. And this one is also the same. Yeah.
We have 4 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I will complete soon. All right. Yeah. So here is also very clear. Yeah. So I will give conclusion. From our studies, propolis, this is a natural material. It really show very good effect, anti-inflammation, anti-cancer, and even after digestion, it also still keep very good function. Yeah, so in the future, this is our next step, because after digestion, the function still very good. So we would like to apply propolis on gastric and intestinal carcinoma in the future. This is what we are going down. All right, I think the time is limited. I come from Zhongshan Medical University. This is our campus and also the medical center. Now there are 2 Indonesian students in my laboratory. One is Johannes, the other one is Richard. And because I was ever been the president of Zhongshan Medical University, so for my work, usually is teamwork. And this is my current team. We have the steps from 8 countries. Here is Johannes. Yeah, now Richard now still for the quarantine isolation. Yeah, and we will join our team very quickly. So finally, thank you for your listening. And at least maybe 30 minutes, I would like to say, now in my laboratory, we have a platform to screen effective materials to treat the COVID-19. The second major topic is about Alzheimer's disease intervention. The third is about the digestive health. So Johannes now is focused on the digestive health, about H. pylori. The fourth is about the diabetes, and the last is about the obesity. I welcome any one of you, if you have interest, welcome to join our team in the future, no matter for master, PhD, and even postdoc fellow. Yeah, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Chin Kung. Very nice presentation, and we still keep 3 more minutes actually. And then I think the audience will still keep the question. So I just make summary a little bit that inflammation is very critical for many diseases, as we know. That natural food resources and dietary intake can greatly improve the inflammation condition, and you saw that some of them can terminate the advance of disease development. You saw very detailed that one of the product we call propolis. Indonesia also have very special propolis. I think propolis is obtained from bees nest and contain thousands of the phytochemical. Propolis extract were used to evaluate the activities by, as you mentioned, by using cell model, animal model, or human clinical trial, and confirm that's very useful material, useful food,
Yes,
okay.
I believe Indonesia has very rich resources. Yeah, for example, tempeh, so rich resources. So I believe you have great potential in the future. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Professor Chin Kung. And then we will continue for next speaker. So please stay here, and we have a panel discussion later on. So we continue to our second keynote speaker, Ibu Dr. Margareta Indah Apriliati. So she will present a paper entitled, I think it's very interesting, Innovation of Food in the New Normal Era Require Genome-Based Food Science and Technology Revolution for Healthy Life. So before her presentation, allow me to introduce short CV of Ibu Dr. Indah. Name is Indah Apriliati. His present position is Head of Research Laboratory, Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya. And he graduated from Bachelor from Gajah Mada University and Master course from Food Science in IPB University and PhD from the University of Queensland, Australia. And then, so Dr. Indah is a lecturer since 1995. Dr. Indah is a member of Food and Nutrition Academy of Science of Indonesia, or IPGIP. She is treasurer of Indonesian Society of Functional Food and Nutraceutical, P3FNI, member of Indonesian Association of Food Technologies, or PATP, and also member of Indonesian Association of Catholic Lecturer. So she has a lot of research activity, and recently I was focused on the, of course, in food and then nutraceutical also. And then, without further ado, I would like to ask Dr. Indah, you have same time with 30 minutes. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ardi, my colleagues in the International Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. Can you hear me clearly, Pak Ardi?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. While I am preparing my presentation, I would like to say hello to all audience, warm greetings. And for Prof. Chin Kun, thank you so much for the offer that our students there in your place is already working on digestive system. It well related to my topic, and we need help from your lab. Maybe the dean can follow up the collaboration in the future. I also greet to Professor Ihab Tweeks. Good morning there. Nice to see you again. Good. This is my talk. I will talk about mostly for my students in the future. I just imagine that what they need in the future when they develop innovation for food products. Here is Widya Mandala, Surabaya. Most students took photograph with me in Bupaini. My colleague Julian is now in semester 7, and they will be graduated soon. And Widya Mandala has strategic planning at the moment in 2011 until 2016, and then 2016 until 2021, sustainability of welfare, family welfare, and bonum communi. Many of my colleagues in food science and technology in faculty has interest in functional food and also microbial industry and also health food. Maybe it is good opportunity to meet all the experts in this international food conference. I also thank to the committee to invite me to be here. My talk will be divided into several steps. The first is the fact about pandemic situation and the effects on the subsequent post-pandemic era. And then the challenge because of the regulation on food claims. This morning, Prof. Purviatno also talked about this one. So definition of innovation and the challenge faces by our students now when they graduated, then will be real problem. And then we will talk about epigenetic pathogenesis and healthy state as the backbone of the science. And then the human resources, in my opinion, is the key to innovation in the future. So the curricula and teaching in food science will need complementary with the genome information. And then a little bit about the example of managing food resources in a sustainable food system. Currently, I'm embarked to in my interest, and one of the example is organic foods, and then the conclusion. All right, now we talk about this pandemic situation. In consensus internationally that the pandemic it's happened in 2019 December exactly, and that moment after 5 months in April, half of the Earth population undergone lockdown. That means everything is controlled and cannot moving everywhere here to prevent the infection. And experts said that COVID-19 is very infectious and the high mortality rate at about 10%. We can imagine 10 billion people, that's 10% of there's so many victims. But in Indonesia, we have a culture at the society, even though the pandemic, when the family confirm positive COVID-19, then the neighbor will support them for daily needs. In my opinion, this charity is part of the sustainable food system that we need, not only in economic value, but also in humanity. Okay, now we see what is the definition of the innovation. According to the Oslo manuals, innovation is a new or improved product or process of their combination and giving the significantly new something from the existing product or process and should be made available for the consumers. That means we need to bring our research result into the society. And recently, Drug and Food Control Body in Indonesia and also in the world, several countries in the world introduced that regulation on claim. That means anything that is prosperous for food business now should be accompanied with scientific proof in the functionality of the health they offer. Right, we move on into the mechanism of pathogenicity and also health diet, health state. Part of my dissertation when I was studying my PhD, I introduced by my supervisor about omic technology where epigenetic is one of the mechanisms. Actually, all food components can affect. Here we can see the diets and affect the chromatin, and the mechanism has been concluded about the knock in and knock out of the silence or activating the chromatin. In that case, I call it is genome era. That means we need to prove everything in the mechanism. When the compound can open up the chromatin ribbon, then it becomes open for the signaling, and then it happens if the viral, for example, viral particle access the DNA of our body. And what is the food component that has been known to have epigenetic mechanism? It's folate, vitamin B12, methionine, choline, pantothenic acid, and most recently is about gneistin that we can obtain from soybean, coffee, and also catechin. And so many food resources provide compounds that can affect the epigenetic mechanism. The most recently is about COVID-19. We can see that people have already published about the mechanism of pathogenesis SARS-CoV virus and aphid influenza, MERS, and ETC. And it's really confirmed that the genome era is here now. The mechanism is increasing particular marker like H3K27MA3 and or increasing H3K4MA3 and make the ribbon of the chromatin open up for accessing for signaling and infected the host. In this case, I offer the summary of the food science that's need accompanied by the genome era. We start with the nutrigenomic and nutrigenetic. And because of the viral infection route take place accessing the nucleus and talking to the DNA in our nucleus and then becoming a replication for the virus. That means we need to prove if we claim that our food products are having effect, this one is something compulsory. And the offer of Prof. Wang is really helpful. In 2013, I tried to figure out for my teaching orientation because the university is a life improving university. Then I just construct what is exactly our stakeholder and what should be need for the education. And now I revise this 2021 because of the genomic era. Then we need to do everything, especially regulation for food going to market, a new product from innovation in our lab. Then we need to put into the genomic, nutrigenomic, nutriomic, etc. And here, because of our university concern about bonum commune, good for all, then this is also as a risk because ethics and the people who are voluntarily help the ethic and clinical proof, then it becomes something that really need to be concerned about the moral and education in doing this. So I wish that our students get enough science in genome era and also ethics. Several selected effect of pandemic, we noticed in Global Race report that there will be severe commodity shocks and also natural resources crisis. That means innovation really need facing the problem because of their not much raw materials. Then we need to strengthen our food system and also the way to manage the natural resources. More of them is build humanity spirits because of part of the supply chain may be lost because become the victim of COVID-19, and we need to rebuild the supply chains, the new one. And now, because we have been bombarded with fast food in the previous era, then the new information, the science, including the genome, is that many bioactive compounds in our foods and also the science of microbiomes, then we can put research on this and to make sure that the bioactive compound can block the viral here in order to not to communicate with our RNA, DNA, and infectious can be prevented. However, the long COVID-19 challenge is still there because people cannot recover quickly or maybe reinfected again because the mutation. It is also a quite interesting areas. Now, I would like to introduce how to manage the sustainability. I refer to FAO food system where natural elements, social element, facilities, and production system are directed to build a sustainable food system. And the core of this is the family, society, and welfare, the quality of life. So the concept here is that no one left behind. That means all the stakeholders in the food system needs to support each other, not only in economic, but also in psychological because of the loss, because of COVID-19 pandemic. And the special thing here, I would like to keep in mind that the regulation on food claim is real challenge for the innovation. And also some culture, society practices something strange. For example, consuming something that are rarely consumed by human, sometimes have the risks like bad that is maybe culprit of the covariant virus. Okay, and the fact in Indonesia, we have so many plant species, animal species, but in the morning, Prof. Wiatno told us that less than 1% is commercialized. That's mean we need more experts. So the students here in the conference can prepare themselves to be one of the experts there. And also the infectious disease is the threat during the post-pandemic, and also biodiversity loss will be the another risk. That means the innovation can be prospective to help infectious disease prevention or curative, but also we have a challenge for the biodiversity loss. I was asking in myself to myself whether the GMO plants may be not long life dynamic because the nature keep dynamic change, and when the gene material is replacing, maybe they move into the something that we cannot control. And on the other hand, the wild plant resources is still there. So many wild plants still abundant, still underutilized. And actually, they can help our kids in the future, can keep smile and healthy. I will take one of the porcelain as one of the example. Here, I skip this one. Yeah. One of porcelain now is very well known in several countries, and I thought that one of the paper start improve the porcelain. It is crocot in Indonesia. It is very easy to be found in our surrounding. Yeah, they use genomics for sustainable food security and climate resilience because of the excellences of the porcelain. The plant doesn't need fertile soil, and also drought resilience, and containing omega-3 and vitamin C and several antioxidant, analgesic, bactericide, fungicide. It is quite good both in nutrition and also for bioactive compound. Here is the plan, this picture for the future, that by using the genomic and modifying them, they will have several excellences for porcelain. It will be the new food resources. And what about the innovation of this? because so many countries already known very well about this and also use in their disease, I think the innovation of this plant is not too long. It will be much easier because people has already accept and also use it in their daily life. The other product that we can develop is also our daily vegetables, pitsai, asparagus, and also eggplant, and so many litri, loofah, neem leaf, and so on. Yeah, we still have so many things. That's why I wish that our students in the future can be part of the expert to develop these commodities under, even though now it's still underutilized, and then can go to commercialization and provide a good thing for the society. Well, every that we develop in food technology need to be proven at least at digestive system and also entering the blood circulatory system. Like Prof. Wang also mentioned before, that the effect of digestion, what is it? Whether it keep the substances active or not. Part of this regulation that we need to provide scientific proof, then we need tools to develop to prove it. And it is good that the offer from Prof. Wang already mentioned. Now, in that case, we can use bioassay protocol in vitro using Keiko2 cell monolayer, so mimicking the gastric and intestine. And because of so many compounds that we need to make a simultaneous analysis, whether it's polar compound, non-polar compound, phenolic, etc., and tracking this into step-by-step of digestion, processing, and also consumption. And the golden rule of the in vitro analysis is that we need to check whether the particular compound as the marker, whether the broken monolayer occurring or not. We can see here C-mannitol is only 2.2% transfer. That means the method is accepted. The good thing is caffeine. Caffeine at the moment is much rejected by people because of the effect in health, like making the heart beat faster. But as the standard compound, it is good because it's 100% is entering the blood circulatory and success from the gastrointestinal tract. However, even though we develop so many science tools, everything, but the ethics is the best one, still the leading. And for the organic farming, I would like to inform about the biodiversity. Organic farming is the good one because of eco-friendly and also related to waste management. We currently also have a problem. So we need to make the circulation between organic farming, waste management, and then providing the good food for family, even though it's functional food, daily food, or wise consumption. And for health public management to lowering economic burden, then Indonesia has jamu, nutraceutical, functional food, medicinal food, etc. So one of the book chapter that I just recently submitted, it's about how we have this resilience in family at family level for the function, food and nutrition, and also environment sustainability way. And to take this food system, I share one of the commodity that we have developed from cultivation until the commercialization and the stakeholder we manage for the partnership with the government, with the small-scale industry, all the stakeholder is there. That means we need to communicate, and ethics is always the first number. Here is one of the part that you can order the yellow pumpkin, and the other one is the involvement of the organic fertilizer to help eco-friendly. It is one of the effect when we apply it into the soil. In the soil, there will keep the porosity, and any creature in the soil can live there. And when we apply this one, the green color of the leaf is different, and the productivity also quicker, higher at the moment. We work with the small-scale fertilizer industry. And one of the effect is increasing the vitamin C. It is in tomato. And when we measure the DPPH antioxidant capacity, it's higher in the application of the inorganic food. Part of the explanation is that the organic planting will stimulate the defense of the plant, and the phenolic compound and antioxidant will increase, and it is part of our diets and help us to provide until in the cells distribution and affective our health system according to the epigenetic mechanism. Here is the conclusion that food contribute health potential for human being. We need to trace nutrient resources from biofortification in the cultivation stage until the use in the body. And we need to enrich our knowledge, especially giving to the student for embracing the next challenge in the innovation about the nutrigenomic, nutriomic, etc. Regarding with the genome era. And the provision of food, except basic nutrition or physiologically, we need to prove it. And then put the proof together when we apply the registration to Food and Drug Control Body in Indonesia, so we can set our product into the market. This is what I can say to you all at the moment, and it is my recommendation that more food plants for bioactive and nutraceuticals, and we are from Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical. You can visit this website and about everything that we have done there, and you can contact me anytime you need. Thank you so much. I return the time to Ms. Moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Indah. You keep 4 minutes. Thank you very much. So please give applause to her.
Thank you.
So I make a little bit summary of her presentation. So the new era after COVID is attract human is nearly where we know this starting at December 2019. Then the world has been paralyzed since 2020, and it's predict loss reaching around 22 billion US in 2025. So to be fruitful, innovation of food product necessarily support health system. First, how starting from food teaching and curricula require a revolutionary balance between health and food leisure experiences, implementing nutriomic, nutrigenomic, and nutrigenetic. And second, teaching uncommon society eating practices as surveillance using data, risk analysis of hazard, including potential compound, activator or inhibitor of epigenetic machinery. So the last is living style. Yeah, it's very important that preserve the Earth capacity to supporting human life. Okay, thank you, Dr. Indah, once again. And then to the audience, yeah, I remind again, if you have any question or comment, please write your name, your country, and question, and state which speaker do you address of your question. And now we continue to our third keynote speaker. Hello, Dr. Ihab Taufik.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for organizing. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Lovely
So
seeing
Dr.
you.
Ihab Taufik will present paper entitled, is quite interesting, Transformative Medical Food Therapy, the role of tailored functional recipe, yeah, or TFRs, for a double win, health and sustainability. So before his presentation, allow me to introduce short CV of Dr. Ihab. Yeah, name is Dr. Ihab Taufik. Currently, he is senior lecturer in Global Nutrition, Division of Food, Nutrition and Public Health, University of Westminster, yeah, UK. Yeah, Dr. Ihab Taufik is currently fellow of the Royal Society of Public Health, or FRSPH, since 2005, and then registered nutritionist public health with the Association for Nutrition United Kingdom, yeah, since 2001, and then also his accreditation assessor panel, Association for Nutrition, AFN UK, since 2014. He is fellow of the Higher Education Academy, or FEEA, since 2002. He is scientific assessor, British Council, yeah, Global Health and Newton Fund, yeah, since 2014 until now. And he also scientific assessor for UK National Commissioner for UNESCO for the Newton Prize, yeah, since 2019 until now. So without further ado, yeah, please, Dr. Ihab Taufik. Your time is similar with others, or 30 minutes. Please.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thanks everyone for attending today the conference, well organized. And first of all, before I start, do you hear me and see my slides?
Yes, very clear.
Clearly.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I would like to thank and start my presentation by thanking for such a kind invitation. And on behalf of the research team and collaborators, we would like to offer our big thank you to all committees, organizing and scientific committee involved with the International Food Conference 2021. for allowing us to share our research experience and presentation. Thank you. At the bottom of my slide, you can see these are the different teams that help with the preparation of this presentation. My presentation today is covering the medical therapeutic food, which is MTF, which is in which we are using the tailored food recipe. It's a TFR for shortness, and that to help us to achieve the double win, which is health and sustainability. As Mr. Speaker was introduced me, I'm a senior lecturer at University of Westminster and editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Food Nutrition Public Health. The big thank you really to all collaborators, and on top of them, Ignatius Srianta from Indonesia, Professor Zubaida from Indonesia, Inda Iprilati. I enjoy her talk very much, my very close colleague from Indonesia as well, in addition to people from Nigeria, USA, Harvard School of Public Health, in UK, in other university in UK and Nepal, Ghana, India, Congo, Spain, Lebanon, Egypt. So we are really covered this very wide network across the world. We are working towards achieving the sustainability of our health. Briefly about University of Westminster, you may know that we are located in central of London. It's established first as the Royal Polytechnic Institution in 1838, and then changed the title to University of Westminster in 1992. Our patron is Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and the Vice Chancellor and President Dr. Peter Bonfield. We are very central in London, in the heart of London, and we have 4 campuses serving the university. We have about 20,000 students, and we are spread across Marylebone, Cavendish, Regent Street, and Harrow. Those are the different parts where we are located. We start our talk about TFR. We first introduced this definition of the TFR through one of the publications in which we highlighted that this TFR, or tailored food recipe or functional recipe, it's food that is naturally occurring, accessible, affordable, and perhaps consumed in uncommon concentration. So it is a very normal food, but the concentration of the food is different of what it is the norm, as part of our usual diet, and has demonstrated physiological and or biomedical benefit in reducing the risk of chronic disease beyond the basic nutritional function. So we are eating food differently in a different concentration and amount in order to exert and change some physiological and biomedical benefit to our health. So the idea here.
Sorry, Dr. Ihab.
Yes.
Maybe first you close your slide and then try to present again, because the slideshow is not so big.
Can you see it now?
Yes, but I think it's very small. It's okay. And then please.
Is that okay?
Yes, it's
perfect.
Better. Okay.
Yeah. So the tailored functional recipes are putting theory into action or into practice. First, we do a formulation using local food ingredient in innovative sustainable approach to enhance the bioavailability of selected nutrient in the food that we are using or certain phytochemical. Then we use this recipe to move into the meal that we use it into intervention program to modulate chronic disease in vulnerable population. And I'm going to present to you today the case of Ghana, Nigeria, India, and Nepal. First, we start with the Ghana, and it's an intervention, nutrition intervention to help with the school meal that is already being given to Ghana, but didn't really improve much of their health. And therefore, we came in as a team and supported them in the Ghana school feeding program. Then we will move to the nutrition intervention to delay the progression of HIV in AIDS, to AIDS amongst people living with HIV in Nigeria. Then we move to the nutrition intervention. We develop it to delay the progression of cancer to cancer cachexia, which is refractory cachexia as well. And this is to helping female cancer patients receiving palliative care in India. Finally, we'll conclude with the new formulation we developed from plant stanol esters and put it in a solid lipid nanoparticle to help with hypercholesterolemia. And this research is jointly between Nepal and United Kingdom. So in a simple way, we are moving towards the next the slide is going to show the National School Nutrition Program in Ghana. and how we use the TFR to enhance this program. And this through an TFR intervention, this age that we had, it was years old, and this is to improve their nutritional status. And the researcher carried out this day-to-day was Dr. Jolene Niako, her picture on the top right. In Ghana, as you know, it is situated in the west of Africa, and it is this is the location where we carried on with our intervention, Lower Maniakropo district. And basically what Ghana school feeding program, this is the national program, and it's not spread across all the area in Ghana yet, but what exactly they are serving them white rice mixed with tomato sauce, and the white rice is prepared on the school at around lunchtime, and they mix it together, as you can see, the tomato sauce mixed with the white rice before they serve it. And the kids are having their plates full of rice with tomato sauce, and they consume it happily at lunchtime. As you can see, they are just getting them some tomato sauce with carbohydrate. And kids eat it, some of them eat it all, some of them leave half of it, and so on. So the portion size is not a question here because it's not equal. So we came up with the idea of a school meal. We give it a fancy name or title so the kids like the word cool, and we develop our TFR accordingly. And our TFR was addressing two things: the increasing quantity of food, so we're eliminating hunger, but also the quality of food, we eliminating the malnutrition or undernutrition in this population. But we also pay attention to sustainability word that all food ingredients should be resourced from local indigenous type of food and offer them hot meal, nutritionally balanced at lunchtime. So if we are to use the plan, the framework of the study consists of 3 phases. Phase 1, service evaluation. Phase 2, with the product development and formulation, and then sensory evaluation, analysis of micronutrients, and then the final phase was to take it to the field study, which is a nutrition intervention, and that's consisted of 2 consecutive intervention. One of them is 6 months pilot intervention, in which we applied our meal on 180 people or school children, and then after 6 months, we carry on with another 9 months with the school children increase in number 330, and that was the scale up intervention. During this time, we will follow up their anthropometric, their body weight, height, and their hemoglobin level as biochemical measurements. So if we start with the first phase, we need to interview the current people giving their caterer preparing meal, the rice with tomato sauce. We also investigated what the opinion of teacher and the head teachers and the caterer survey, and we run some focus group. This is where we were investigating the current school feeding program by the government in Ghana. And then we investigated and having some opinion from the caterer, and we carry on some head teacher survey. We carry some of these interviewing one-to-one, taking and filling our questionnaire to get an in-depth interview. And also we carried on with some focus group discussions. This is to help us to define or design our intervention plan, but also to know our boundary. What is our limitation and what is available for us to use in order to address this intervention. So we move to the second phase now, which is the product development, and we need to formulate different type of food based on the local ingredient, and we analyze this into micronutrients, then carry on the sensory evaluation. We were lucky to have lots of food ingredient available in Ghana. We have starchy, stable. That which is good source of energy, fiber, lysines. We have also legume pulses, which is rich in vitamin A, B, C, D, E, iron, phosphorus, potassium, sodium, zinc. We have also leafy vegetable Moringa oleifera, which is rich in iron, vitamin B, magnesium, calcium, vitamin C, zinc, selenium, and very important, we find a very cheap source. In fact, it doesn't cost anything because Ghana is rich with lots of anchovy by their seashore, and that's very useful for growing kids because it's offered them protein, omega-3, and calcium. So we have recipes, we have the formulation, we prepare, the preparation of the food came with the idea not to lose any of the nutrients. So we allow using soaking, fermentation, seed germination. Roasting help very much with producing good aroma to our recipes and giving nice flavor. Blanching, we managed to stop the enzymatic browning, and dry milling that help to ensure water quality so the shelf life of our product can extend it. Our first preparation and formulation produce 5 different type of food that it is potentially very good for intervention, and we can use them, and we give them certain formula name 101, 579, and so on. And this is the 5 school meal that potentially we can use them on the menu rather than just the government has only one type of menu, which is white rice with tomato sauce. We came up with 5 different ingredients. We analyzed the school meal program and the S-school formulation in terms of moisture, ash, fat, protein, carbohydrate, energy, calcium, iron, zinc. And from these different 5 recipes, we managed to allocate only 3 of them receive the very much acceptance by the panelists. But before we carry on any sensory evaluation test, we need to train some of the participants, and some of the tests carried with untrained participants. And we managed really to secure which type of formula. This is a part of the panel where the sensory evaluation carried out in the lab. And then we managed to secure that 3 of the formula we came up with was the most acceptable compared to the other 2. The other 2, because of the high content of calcium, was a bit choky taste, and one of them was high content of iron with a bit of irony or corrosion taste. Hence, we did not go ahead with this, and that was revealed to us when the children has tested this. So this are the 3 different formula that underwent the pilot intervention followed by scale-up intervention. And those are the ingredient we employ. The anchovy was a key player, the moringa and the sweet potato was another key player. Soya bean is a very interesting in terms of giving the fat content and the protein content, maize as well, and palm oil. When we compare the Ghana school feeding program with our 3 formula received the best results compared the government, which is the white rice and tomato sauce. So in terms of taste, color, and aroma, we have our 3 meal far better comparing to the government given meal. So we decide to carry on with the phase 3, which is nutrition intervention. And in this, as I explained, we have lots of training volunteer, training of the trainer, enumerators, data collection, and the cooks that we recruit to carry on preparation of the meal in the school that is undergoing intervention in the pilot and the scale up. And then we carry on with the preparation, randomization of the schools. And we have the school covered by the government, which is far away from our school that is going to receive our feeding or formulation. And then we have a control that they don't receive any intervention meal. So one receiving the government and one no meal that's the control for the government and for ours as well, and one for our meals that to be given. All of the school and the school children receive deworming tablets before the intervention, and all of them receive nutrition education programs, so we keep them all level. The only difference is our meal against the government meal. We recruited subjects. Parent was bringing their kids, and we are taking some blood sample to assess their hemoglobin. We also assess their height and weight, and you can see the stoichiometer in the classroom, filling in the information required before we intervene. And then we carry on with the cookings, and the caterer was preparing meal in the class on the day, serving it hot to our school children. They sit in group and eat together. They enjoy the choices of 3 different meals that kids for asking which one they are asked a question, which one they prefer for today, and we serve them whatever they like. So the result shows an improvement over whether 6 months or 9 months, and the improvement can be summarized that before we start, all of the kids recruited were similar age group and similar height, and this is their height before the intervention. After the intervention, we've seen a similar height, and perhaps over the weight is not changed for the control schools. However, for the government receiving meal, the government school receiving meal, they were putting on weight but not height. This is one point we realize. However, those who were receiving our meal, they put on height and they put some weight. So we found that there is a significant improvement for those receiving our meal compared to the government, compared to the control. The height is improved thanks to the iron content present in the meal. The body weight is not that fat, or we can get worried about their overweight or obesity. Here there was obesity for the school receiving the government meal. Also the amount of iron, this is comparing the iron of the control before and after. There was the similar level whether the iron is severe iron deficiency, hemoglobin deficiency before and after, for whether it is moderate, whether it is mild, whether it is normal. However, there is a reduction for our schools there in the severe, the before and after. There is increase in the mild and increase in the normal after 6 or 9 months. This one is the government meal, white rice with tomato sauce. They were just increase in the severity of hemoglobin deficiency and the moderate, as well as the reduction of the normal and the mild. So there is a clear difference between those who receive the school meal, the TFR, tailored functional recipes. We put it together, and their anthropometric measurement and iron status has been improved, the height and the weight, and there is a gradual increase in height and weight that is matching the growing population. And also we prepare the meal, that one meal they receive at school can supply them with 40% of their reference nutrient intake allocated for the kids between 5 to 8 years old. And therefore, this is culturally acceptable because we use all the tradition method of cooking in Ghana, as well as the local ingredient present in Ghana. So this is guarantee sustainability of the meal. We offer it for the government. We approach them and we offer them to start using our different type of formulation, because we show them that their meal, the government school meal, is just high in carbohydrate, empty calorie food, and therefore there is anemia status persisting there, and there is no much of improvement. In fact, some of them gone into stunting level. So we presented this in a conference with the government and the Ministry of Health in Ghana, and we introduced them the tailored functional recipe that can help their community and their school children to improve in their health and nutritional status overall. We're moving now to another section where we help with people living in Nigeria, but living with HIV. Nigeria have, unfortunately, over 3.5 million Nigerian infected with HIV virus, and after certain time, they can progress into AIDS when their immune system is being compromised. And in this research is led by Dr. Abraham Amlogo, and his intervention was to delay the progression of those infected with the virus to moving to AIDS, because the more you keep these people healthy, the better for the community and the economy and to the people living in Nigeria. Our meal here was simple, was mixing carrot, dry powder of carrot 25 gram with 25 gram moringa powder, dry weight, and mixing with soya, roasted powdered soya 25 gram, and mixing with millet 25 gram of millet. And this put together is making 100 gram of amtewa soup. We call it amtewa because it is something to help the African name in Nigeria, and also carrying our surname initial of Abraham and the Professor Charles Wambebe and Teufik as well. Here you can see it. So all this is put together is 100 gram, making a amtewa meal. All you need is just to dissolve this 100 gram into 100 ml or more, 300 ml of hot water. And if you are rich, you might put it in hot milk, so it turns into be pudding. Or if you are not rich, don't worry, you just put it on hot water and it will be soup for you to consume it in addition of what you are normally consume every day with your family. So in this, we managed to increase the CD4, and the CD4 count has increased significantly over the time, and their body weight, because it is a very normal feature for people living with HIV, their body weight start to drop across the time. And therefore we managed to sustain this body weight as well, so they don't have the stigma that they are losing weight. When we looked at the moringa and soya and millet and carrot, we found they are rich in vitamin A and vitamin B complex and vitamin C and phosphorus, zinc, copper, iron, magnesium, sodium, potassium. All this, the literature telling us all of these ingredients are a good recipe for new immune cells to be formalized. And that's not surprising for us to see the CD4 count has increased significantly after the period of consumption. So we run our experiment, and those people who are just to control, they are not on antiretroviral drugs yet, but they are positive for HIV, and those were controlled to the amtewa, those who just consuming the amtewa meal, but HIV positive, but just not on any antiretroviral drugs, ART. So therefore, we found their CD4 count at 0 time, that's the blue line bar chart, and the red after 3 months, and the green after 6 months. There is a significant increase in their CD4 count. Those who did not eat or consume and act as a control, there is a significant reduction of this. So what about those who are already on the antiretroviral drugs? We've seen a very interesting thing. Those who take the highly active antiretroviral therapy plus our soup, they managed to increase their CD4 count, and they are no longer progressing towards AIDS. However, those who did only on the drug antiretroviral therapy, highly active, we found them unfortunately progressing towards AIDS because their CD4 count is reduced after 6 months. We managed to also check one of the nutritional indicator, which is middle upper arm circumference, very good indicator, and that showed the arm, the thickness, the circumference of the arm of the individual. We found those who already HIV positive control or HIV positive act to take our amtewa in the intervention. We find an significant increase in the middle upper arm circumference, or we call it the MUAC, while while those who only act as a control, there is a weight loss and the reduce in their middle upper arm circumference. Those who also yes.
You have four more minutes.
Okay,
Oh,
no worry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the middle upper arm circumference has increased for those who are highly active antiretroviral, while those who are not, they start to reduce. This is telling us that Amtewa meal has a very good potential for a country like Nigeria to reduce the progression or delay or attenuate the progression to AIDS for those people living with antiretroviral. This is another intervention in India, and this is nutrition intervention to help to delay the progression of cachexia, which is the underweight of cancer patient, to refractory cachexia in female cancer patient living in India and receiving palliative care chemoradiotherapy. And this is based on the mixing of Bengal gram with barley, with soya bean and flaxseed powder to release the omega-3 and amaranth powder. And this is making a packet of 100 grams of atta, we call it atta, and improved atta meal. And this is can make a 2 to 3 chapati bread, we call it the atta, and giving to the female living with cancer for 6 months free of charge. And we investigated their anthropometric measurement. We found that they stabilized their body weight over the period of 6 months, and they are not progressing to refractory cachexia. These are the different ingredients we put together, giving to them free of charge, and written the label on the packet, we give it to them. They also, we publish on this, the randomized controlled trial study to impact of nutrition sensitive intervention on adult women with cancer cachexia undergoing palliative care in India. And these are the ingredient and the proportion of this, the reason and rationale why we're including those different type of ingredient, because they contain folate, beta-glucan, soya, isoflavone, immunomodulatory, all these phytoestrogen, all these are very important for the fighting of the cancer. They can also take the powder, they either process it in improved atta or chapati looking bread, or they can do Bombay mix or some cookies with some sweet in it. We found that it is comparing atta with the oral nutrition supplement that is sold in the pharmacy there. We found it is too expensive and not vegetarian, not suitable to the culture of India. However, ours is suitable for vegetarian. Bioavailability is high because it's all natural ingredient, affordable, sustainable, and the price is very cheap. So this is the work in progress we are carrying on, in addition to our member joined us, School of Public Health in Harvard. And we do more into sustainability plan for people living with HIV in Nigeria, helping people in Congo as well to develop their own TFR, and helping the school program in Ghana to become more sustainable and embedded within the government of Ghana initiative, and also do new ingredient now, which is solid lipid nanoparticle. And this is my colleague, Dr. Sundus Tawfiq, taking the step of TFR to the next step, which is the nanoparticle. And we managed to produce solid lipid nanoparticle contain phytostanol ester. And this is to reduce the hypercholesterolemia. And Dr. Soni Shreta, she is the leader on this front. And this is simply preparing microemulsion and including into it the nutrient phytostanols into it. And the phytostanols ester can be prepared as a powder. You can put it in a sachet so people can put it on their meal before they consume it directly, and it helps with the absorption, easily absorbed in the GIT. or they can mix it with a powder and or flour and make a cookies out of it and to be consumed. Then the active ingredient opened the duodenum with the help of pancreatic lipases and secrete the stanol to reduce the cholesterol. Some ongoing project, we are already preparing nutrition intervention for Lebanese living with polycystic ovarian syndrome. We are also investigating to prepare meal with vitamin D in order to help deficiency of vitamin D amongst pregnant women in United Arab Emirates. We are also helping in Egypt with developing the Ford diet, which is fish oil rich diet that it can help with children, and also doing currently in Georgia an intervention with healthy lifestyle and diet to improve the nutritional status in children living in Georgia. So conclusion, the last few words I want to share, it's innovative approach of TFR or tailored food recipe has progressed and supporting the sustainable development goal, food security through variety of sustainable nutrient-rich recipe produced at low cost and from local available ingredient to guarantee sustainability with careful consideration of the clinical need, metabolic consideration, and the bioavailability of nutrient. TFR can be modulating the chronic disease like cancer, HIV, undernutrition. Because it's locally sustainable food ingredient can be used to solve some global health problem and help and enhance the national small to medium enterprises. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy for any question if you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ihab. Your presentation, 2 minutes left. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big applause to him. So I would like to summarize a little bit. Actually, I already mentioned in the conclusion that development of tailored food recipe or TFR, it is not limited to elimination of hunger, but also extend to design and engineering of food that exceed disease prevention by improving bioavailability of nutrient, increasing physical function, and sustaining health promotion. With 3 different optimized TFR, actually it's ATA, ESCOOL, and AMTEWA. So his research team has significantly improved the quality of life in advanced cancer patients receiving comprehensive palliative care in India, enhanced the school feeding program in Ghana, and delay the progression of HIV to AIDS of the people living HIV in Nigeria. So this TFR meal have truly transformed medical therapeutic food protocol by employing indigenous food, actually, that are locally produced, therefore considered sustainable, valuable alternative to ensure balanced nutritional status among vulnerable population. Okay, thank you very much for all speakers for their informative and very interesting presentation. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the panel discussion. So we have 30 minutes. Actually, the committee have sent to me some questions. I will read. First, for question for Professor Ching-Kung Wang. Hello, Professor Ching-Kung.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually, this question from Matthew Surya Indrawan from Widya Mandala, Surabaya Catholic University. So the question is, have you got any research about what allergic compound of propolis?
Okay, I think this is a very good question. However, I have said to you, because propolis composition is very far different from region to region. So geography will decide the composition of the propolis. But basically, flavonoids are very important contributors of the propolis. And we ever try to take the Cape as the major contributor, but Cape actually the amounts is also very limited, because from different geography, but some Cape derivatives maybe is a good indicator. But as you know, the natural materials, if show any healthy benefits, is seldom not only one or two compounds contribution. But for the quality control, maybe we can try to set up a model and also tell the consumers how is the total amount of the Cape or Cape derivatives. Yeah, so this is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Actually, for the second question is derived from Ibu Indah. Ibu Indah from Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University. Professor Chingkung Wang. So in Indonesia people, in some area also have similar habit by chewing the betel quid or pinang and leaf, and it is believed will give positive impact to the mouth or teeth health. So according to your research or study so far, what the positive and negative impact of the habit? Can you explain a little bit?
Oh yeah, I think it's very interesting. Even in South Asia, especially for example in Indonesia, so many islands, maybe several thousands islands, but every island they have their different kind of hobby, culture, and also different kinds of foods. However, for betel quid, it's quite interesting. Yeah, they have very basic ingredients, not only erica fruits, people betel leaf, and also the slack limes, but always just up to the geography. Sometimes they also have some local materials. So this makes different kinds of sensory feeling. So I think it's very similar to tempeh. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, you know, tempeh is very popular in Indonesia, but the tempeh taste and flavor is very far different in different areas. Yeah, so however, one thing is different. Tempeh basically is good to the health, but betel quid chewing, I think a lot of epidemiological studies really show that it will bring great damage to health, especially the oral cavity, and even induce oral cancer. So I think still need much more investigation about some local betel quid composition, and also understand how is the influence on the oral cavity.
Okay, thank you. And then for third question, also is for you.
All right.
Thank you for the presentation. So this is question from Ibu Indah. Yeah, Ibu Indah is the second presenter today. So she used to chew the pepper betel leaf and betel nut. Surprisingly, it is carcinogenic, right? So if we chew it and consume propolis, what do you think? Is it prevent the carcinogenic?
Yeah, I think this is a very smart design. However, as you know, propolis, the taste feeling is not so good. Yeah, if you ever try. Yeah, so basically propolis, it is a liquid type, and even sometimes by powder type. But maybe is a good idea in the future. If we would like to prevent some kinds of oral carcinoma, some propolis material can be added into the betocrit. Yeah, I think this is a good idea, but we have to try. Yeah, because as I mentioned earlier, some important composition or compounds in betocrit actually they cannot induce carcinoma directly, but they can promote the effect of a carcinogen. Yeah, so they have some promotional effect. How is the effect of propolis on yield? Also needs some investigation in the future. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So the next question is for Ibu Indah Apriliati. The question from Ibu Indah Kusumawardani, yeah, from Widya Mandala Catholic University, Surabaya. So the question is, the future food needed functional food. Yeah, it seems only for the big or modern industry can produce those functional food products. So how to make the small scale industries can survive or can participate in the functional food business? Please, Ibu Indah, Ibu April.
Thank you. So my twin asked me, Indah and Indah.
Right.
A very good question. It is the real problem in the small scale industry. Even though for the big industry like Alpe, like Nutri-Food, for doing food claims, it's very expensive because we need to prove at clinical trial step. Though for the small scale industries, if want to develop for functional food, maybe for the first time just go to the market for the food. When you claim the function, then everything changes and the price is going up because the cost of the clinical trial. However, if we can help with a very cheap or affordable test, clinical test, maybe can help for the small scale industry developing functional food going to market. Otherwise, we can put into cooperation between small scale industry because the government has the program for such subsidies or startup in the first time to help the society developing the good functional food. And we know about the health management, national health management like BPJS. I think we can make collaboration with them. Instead of buying the medicine drugs, maybe we can make a program for preventing through the functional food. If for nutraceutical, then it's different claims that it cannot go for food. It must be for medicine or supplement. It is what I can say to you, Bu Indah. Maybe the small scale industry needs help. In the case, the first one is cooperative among them, like gabungan small scale industry, and help for the government program developing the functional food. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Indah, for the answer of the Ibu Indah too. Okay. And then there are two questions to Dr. Ihab Taufik. The first question from Bapak Sandi from Indonesia Center for Agricultural for Research and Development. Yeah. Dr. Ihab, I was wondering, among the recipe developed, did you measure the satiety index of the processed food? Yeah. So if yes, how the food affect on the hunger?
Did you measure the satiety index of the processed food? The satiety index, it's happened when the person consumes the food and they feel fullness. Our meal was prepared with the tune that is not to ending up with over-consumption of food ingredient, and we need to be careful with that, because as a nutritionist, with the overnutrition or obesity. So we need to come up with the percentage of which is 40% of recommended nutrient intake that we've been giving to the school children, for example. They are allowed to eat with us one meal, and they eat with their family the breakfast and dinner. So at lunchtime, they consume one meal with us. Satiety index, if it is from the sensory evaluation point of view, we didn't assess this. However, we assess the overall acceptability. And they were all eating yummy, yummy, and they are finishing their meal towards the end. So I feel none of the children reported leftover. They were, some of them asked for more. We give them more because we had a cheap ingredient. When we prepare our meal, was cheaper than the rice with the tomato sauce that the government providing. 1 or 2 units cheaper, and ours is ready meal, giving hot during the lunchtime. So it was cheaper than the government one in terms of the cost as well. So I believe it was well received and well accepted. They have this indulge them with the 3 different recipes to choose from on the menu every day. Rather than in the government school, they have only just one meal to choose from. I hope I managed to answer the question. Satiety index, we did not analyze it. However, from the observation during the intervention, we managed to secure, and we are very confident to say that the children has enjoyed our meal and they eat it to the end. However, we were cautious also not to give them over-consumption. We don't want to end up with obese child. We need a gradual growing child across the life stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ihab. This is second question for you from Ibu Ika Wahyuni from Jember University, Indonesia. That's very interesting lecture and research for a school meal, yeah, of you. So after carry out the nutrition value, are those school meal can be continued to supply in Ghana due to the importance of food security and healthy food to mitigate malnutrition for children.
Thank you very much. The idea here was to support and enhance the Ghana school feeding program. We weren't there to produce our own meal and just carry on and competing with them. Our aim was to help them if they are paying money for the meal. So simply we introducing them a new sets of ingredient of food they can use and train their cooks to prepare in the meal instead of the white rice with a tomato sauce. So it is a very simple to incorporate it as a sustainable program. Hence we ending up with a project, or actually conference, to inviting. Sorry. Yeah.
Please,
I
committee.
think somebody is speaking at the same time. Sorry.
Right. Please, committee.
Yeah. So what our aim was to end. Sorry. Our aim was to end up with a conference. We invited, as I explained, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Education to listen to our results. And we were happy to pass on to them the ingredient. We already published the work via the PhD dissertation. It's available online to anyone, can download it from the British Library. All they need is just to ask their cooks to prepare them into a recipe on daily basis, and saving also on our recipe compared to their own recipes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ihab. So actually, we don't have any more questions, but we still have time, maybe around 30 minutes. So I ask to the audience, if you have any question, please raise your hand. Maybe we give one or two questions. Yeah. Okay, I saw Ibu Meliana.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the time for Dr. Ihab Taufik. Thank you for your presentation. May I know if this product is being tested to the school-age children, because this is for school-age children, right? Can you talk more about that? And also, is it actually for choosing the best formulation to prepare for the intervention program? Thank you.
Yeah, well, it is, as I said, it's being passed on to the Ministry of Education to continue with the preparation of these meals to their children, especially there are not many schools. I think in Ghana, school feeding program is about 70% of the school receiving the Ghanaian meal or the government meal. However, in the next few years, they are aiming to cover across all Ghana school children meal. So the nutrition program is ongoing. It was a good opportunity to bring in the improvement and facelift of the meals, to introduce them to it, and they were excited. First of all, parents were very happy for this new meal being given to their kids, and also taste better. Some of the parents preparing it at home as well. So it is part of the sustainability program, where I didn't bring any ingredient from United Kingdom and give it to Ghanaian. In fact, they were just all the local ingredient. One point I want to share with you here, it was the anchovies. Anchovy are neglected fish in Ghana, and they don't consume it much. And they commented that it contains lots of bone and it's very small. Actually, it's very small fish. But what we've done, we prepare it in a different way. We remove the head, fresh anchovy, we remove the head and we dried it, and they have lots of sun in Ghana. So we put it in a tray and dry it on the roof of the buildings where National Food Institute, Research Institute, and they were the main supporting for us for this initiative. And we ground it after drying it, and it turned out to be a good source of omega-3 and calcium, because we grounded with the bone in it, and also protein. And what else you need for a growing child? And the calcium, protein, and omega-3 for their brain and cognition. So it was a very good ingredient, cheap and very useful and effective, in fact. And more of this is sustainable. So the meal were very wisely used, and I highly recommend you to download the thesis. It's about 250 pages in the British Library, free of charge. You can download it online for Dr. Jolene Nyako. I put her name on the slides, so you can just look for the dissertation. I was the director of the study of this intervention program. So it was really a very important initiative being offered to growing children in Ghana. And we address both the undernutrition and the hunger, the quality and the quantity of food given to school children in Ghana. I hope I answer your questions. Yeah.
Okay, so, thank you very much, Dr. Ihab. Yeah, due to the time, I always give notice from the committee. I should finish of this session. So before to the end of the session, I would like to from the presenter, maybe 1 minute each presenter to give last word, yeah. Last word. I start from the Professor Ching Kung Wang.
Yes, I have to say that thank you again. Actually, I really love Indonesia, and I also visit Indonesia for several times. 2 years ago, I visited Winya Mandala Surabaya University. At that time, you are still in all the campus, right? And you will move to a new campus. I don't know whether you move to the new campus or not. Yeah, if it is after the pandemic, I would like to visit again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ching Kung Wang. And for the second, Ibu Dr. Indah Apriliati.
Thank you, Mbak Arti. My last word for this conference is that innovation is challenging at the moment, especially when we face the government rules about the food claims. I hope that our young entrepreneur in the future, small scale or big scale, can manage this scientific proof by doing collaboration, and also the curricula in the food science and technology can improve by the genome knowledge about that. Hopefully we success to manage public health in affordable cost. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Indah. Next, Dr. Ihab Taufik.
Okay, I would like to conclude and saying it was a privilege to be with you today and presenting on behalf of our collaboration team. And happy to look forward to join as many as of you attending today. I'm happy to support them with any type of inputs you may think of will be useful for you. The other things, I miss Indonesia very much, and I'm looking forward to visit you in the very near future, and once the pandemic is a bit over. The last point I want to say, food insecurity can be addressed by local produced food. All we need is just the science to think about this type of food ingredient, how to put together the ingredient to maximize on the synergistic effect of the nutrient in it, whether it's vitamin or mineral, checking which one helping the absorption of the other, so bioavailability and bioactivity is secured. At that stage, we have a meal that can address any nutrition-related disease. So my point to say that, yes, we can address major chronic disease that we're thinking it is need donors from across the world to a country to give gift of food or money for people to live with it. But what we are saying, it is could be sorted from local ingredient, and we empowering the people living in this land how to prepare their own food without the need to pay lots of money. It's just your own food can help you to improve. All we need is just change the concentration of the ingredient we are consuming as a normal, and we move it to a tailored functional recipe. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ihab. I think this is all presenter already conclude for the very nice presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this session. So we would like to say thank you very much again to all speakers for their informative and interesting talk, and also to the audience for your active participation. Furthermore, as a moderator, I would like to apologize if there is a mistake during this session. So thank you for your attention. Good afternoon for Indonesia. Maybe some of area already good evening, and maybe still in good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you, Adi.
Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Ardiansyah for leading the second plenary session and the panel discussion.
And thank you very much to all guest speakers. The committee would like to express our gratitude and appreciation to all guest speakers and moderator.
First appreciation will be given to Professor Chin Kun Wang, by Kunchara Fu, Doctor of Philosophy, Pharmacist, as Director of Vidya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University.
Thank you for the MC and for the time. On behalf of Vidya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University and also from the International Food Conference 2021 Committee, it is my great honor to deliver and give a sign of appreciation of the token to Professor Chin Kun Wang for your insights, for your time, and for your expertise and sharing the latest findings on your expertise for all the participants and our community at large. As I believe that the participants have their own community they serve, and I'm sure all findings, all ideas shared on this academic forum will be beneficial to all of us. So once again, thank you very much indeed. And I wish you the very best for your future and your service in the area of research and all in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure. And I wish in the near future, we can meet in person, face to face. Thank you again.
Thank you. So I return.
Second appreciation will be given to Indah Epiriliati, Doctor of Philosophy, by Dr. Ignatius Rianta as the Dean of Faculty of Agricultural Technology.
Thank you very much, Bu April, for sharing to us your great idea, research, and experiences to us. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Pak Sri. Hopefully the faculty improve and also get many collaboration from the food technology and science. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
The third appreciation will be given to Dr. Ihab Taufik by Dr. Susana Ristiarini as the head of Food Technology Study Program.
Thank you so much for being so supportive for help the IFC 2021. I hope we can continue the collaboration. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, and for your warm welcome and helping all students with passing on to them the recent development in the area of research related to functional food and their role in the new normal era. It's been privileged to work with you and your team all across this year, and I'm very much looking forward to see you in person and welcome the opportunity to continue collaborating with you. So please accept my big thank you on behalf of the University of Westminster and all the collaborator teams associated to us in supporting and advocating your initiative. And I wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Thank you.
The fourth appreciation will be given to Dr. Ardian Shah by Dr. Anita Maya Suteja, Doctor of Philosophy, as the chairperson of International Food Conference 2021.
Dr. Ardiansyah, thank you very much for your time today and become our moderator in our second plenary session. Once again, thank you very much.
Okay, you are welcome, Ibu Maya, and very nice to collaborate with you. Thank you very much.
Once again, thank you to all speakers and moderators from the second plenary session. Finally, we have come to the moment that we all are waiting for. Allow us to announce the best oral presentation for each room.
The best oral presentation for Food Availability Room goes to FA 2.6, Victoria Christina Ananingsih, Bernadetta Sudarini, and Andreas Adi Wibowo.
Applause.
The best oral presentation. The best oral presentation for Food Safety Room goes to FS 1.8 by Hamad, Jalil, Fadilah, Mentari, and Hartanti.
The best oral presentation for Food Processing and Product Development Room goes to FB 1.4 by Kafi, Laili, Pangestu, Muhammaduddin, and Rahman.
The best oral presentation for fermented food room goes to Devanthi, Wardana, Pratiwi, and Surjawan.
The best oral presentation for functional food room goes to FC 3.7 by Rahmawati, Astawan, Restiati, and Yoshari.
The best oral presentation for probiotic and gut health goes to PG 1.2 by Fatmawati, Sujaya, Suwardana, Noshiani 3, Mariadi, Sriwidyani, and Winaya.
We also have another announcement for the best poster.
Correct, Cindy. There is only one best poster among other posters.
And the best poster goes to Team 4.
Noor Laili,
Galilih Kusuma Aji,
Iim Sukarti,
Ida Susanti,
Fatim Ilyang Nintas,
and Hardaning Pranamuda. We would like to invite Thomas Indarto Putus Suseno, Master of Agricultural Technology, as the Chairman of the Indonesian Association of Food Technologists, Surabaya, to give the appreciation for the 6 best oral presentations and best poster.
Check. Thank you, Cindy and Luis. Congratulations to all of the best oral presentation and poster. We hope your research can influence to both in all aspects. Here are the certificate of appreciation for your work. Once again, congratulations.
Let's take a picture with all of the best oral presenters and posters. Firstly, for the best oral presentation for food availability, and that is FA 2.6. Please open your cameras. All right. All right, there is some technical difficulties, so we are going to take the photos of all participants. Let's keep this moment by taking a nice picture. Ladies and gentlemen, please open your cameras. All right, first slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, second slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, on to the next slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. On to the fourth slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. On to the fifth slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. On to the sixth slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. On to the seventh slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. On to the eighth slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. On to the ninth slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. On to the 10th slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, thank you. You may turn off your cameras now.
Before we move to the next session, let's enjoy a traditional dance from the students of the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala Surabaya Catholic University.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, now we've come to an end of our conference.
Allow us to invite Dr. Srianta as the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Technology to deliver a closing remark.
Dr. Srianta, the time is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone from different parts of the world. Greeting from Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala, Surabaya Catholic University. Praise to the God Almighty because of God's blessing, so the International Food Conference 2021 can run smoothly and successfully. I believe that we have had fruitful discussion today at the IFC 2021. I would like to thank all honorable speakers, Professor Purwiyatno Haryadi, Professor Emiko Yanase, Dr. Warapa, Professor Wang Jinkun, Indah Apriliati, Doctor of Philosophy, Dr. Ihab Taufik, Profesor Umi Purwandari, Profesor Madi Astawan, Profesor Budi Widyanarko, Dr. Francisco Elegado, Bertrand Muhosa, Doctor of Philosophy, Satoru Fukiah, Doctor of Philosophy, Moderator Profesor Teti Estiasih, and Dr. Ardiansah Mitchwan, and all presenters, oral and poster, have shared your expertise, idea, and research today at the International Food Conference 2021. Thanks to all collaborators, World Association for Sustainable Development, International Forum for Public Health, Indonesian Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria Gut Microbiota, Indonesian Association of Food Technologists, Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Indonesian Food and Beverage Association, and all sponsors that supported this IFC 2021. I hope after this IFC 2021, there will be a lot of cooperation and collaboration among us in the researches and other programs. Furthermore, I really appreciate all the steering and organizing committees for hard and smart working. I would also like to apologize for any inconvenience that you might experience during pre-conference and conference. Finally, I hope we can meet again in the next IFC. Stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Srianta. We would like to express our gratitude to all of the participants, speakers, committees, vendors,
and to the contributors of this conference, Indonesian Society for Lactic Acid Bacteria and Gut Microbiota, University Center of Excellence for Research and Application on Integrated Probiotic Industry, Center for Food and Nutrition Studies from Gadjah Mada University, Pusat Unggulan Iptek Perguruan Tinggi, World Association for Sustainable Development, International Forum for Public Health, Indonesian Society for Functional Food and Nutraceutical, Indonesian Food and Beverage Association, and lastly, Indonesian Association of Food Technologists from Surabaya.
and also to all of our sponsors, Sangyang Perkasa Limited Liability Company, Real Food Winta Asia Limited Liability Company, HRL International Limited Liability Company, Campina Ice Cream Industry Limited Liability Company, Media Pangan Indonesia Limited Liability Company, Chocolate Dalam from Yogyakarta, Mazuraat Artisan Cheese Limited Liability Company, and also from Giles Brooker Group.
Let us end this conference with a prayer according to our own faith to thank God for His grace.
The prayer will be delivered by Ms. Fairley, Master of Science from the Faculty of Agricultural Technology, Widya Mandala, Surabaya Catholic University. Ms. Fairley, Master of Science, the time is yours.
Before we end our conference today, let us pray. I will lead this prayer in Catholic faith. Others may follow according to their respective beliefs. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear God, Creator of all, we thank you for being with us today. Also for the time and chance to acquire different knowledge from our speakers, facilitators, and participants throughout this International Food Conference. As we conclude our conference to proceed to our designated task, may your grace be with us as we fulfill our duties and responsibilities. And whenever life may take us as we go our separate ways, help us share with others the things we have shared today. May your love and grace continue to guide us in everything that we do. We pray in Jesus' name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Ms. Verley.
Please allow us to leave you with a quote by Stuart Brand, an author and an innovative thinker who once said, "We cannot see the past. We can see the past but not influence it. We cannot see the future but we can influence it."
Let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout this conference and be able to see and influence our world with our research.
Please forgive us for all the shortcomings during this conference.
Thank you for attending the International Food Conference 2021, and see you again at the next International Food Conference 2026.
Good evening.
Prof. Ihab, Twix. Thank you so much. Prof. Cintu.
April.
Thank you so much. Patricia.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Kunchoro. Thank you, Piuke.
Sehat.
Amin. Bu Yuke juga harus
Live ya.
sehat. Thank you. Ya, Bu. Thanks. Halo, thank you semuanya, mahasiswa semuanya. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pak Marsono, matur nuwun.
Terima kasih.
Sugeng sonten.
Putri.
Terima kasih atas semuanya dukungannya yang luar biasa. Trisha, terima kasih sekali.
Manis. Mau mere dagan kita tinding peping. Living hard. Mau mere dagan kita tinding peping isong kasong lalu living hard. Ke kanan, manis.